All right, so welcome again. Second time today. We don't see you for
yeah, holidays.
2 days, and then you arrived twice in a day. So
Catching up.
back. I'm going to do some text tonight. So this is section 6 of chapter 13 we're on to, which is called Finding the Present. So finding the present. Okay, so I'll share my screen. All right, so you want to read?
Yeah. To perceive truly is to be aware of all reality through the awareness of your own. To perceive truly is to be aware of all reality through the awareness of my own.
I think not much to translate there, so read it in the alternative.
Right. But for this, no illusions can arise to meet my sight, for reality leaves no room for any error.
Change that to can arise in my perception. No illusions can be in my perception.
Yeah.
Reality with a capital R leaves no room
for any error. Yeah. So the illusions just don't allow any error.
No.
Yeah.
No, the truth doesn't allow any error.
Oh, I see, yeah. Right. This means that I perceive a companion only as I perceive them now. Yeah. Their past has no reality in the present, so I cannot see it. My past reactions to them are also not there. And if it is to them that I react, I see but an image of them that I made and cherish instead of them. In my questioning of illusions, I ask myself if it is really sane to perceive what was as now. If I remember the past as I look upon my companion, I will be unable to perceive the reality that is now.
Okay, so I'll change that to perceive. What was as what is now.
Mm-hmm.
And what was as what is now. What is now present, maybe. This is now present. Okay, so what's he
saying?
What's he saying here in summary of this one?
Yeah. Well, if I see my companion from the past, then it isn't the reality now. And past reactions to them are also not there. So I'm perceiving an image of them that I have made and cherished. And questioning of my illusions, I must ask myself, is it really sane to see what was as what is now present? So I'm not seeing the real person if I'm looking at them from past.
So we see only the past, we perceive only the past, and that's based on their past, our past. It's all conditioned mind, based on experience. And are we really seeing them then? Are we really perceiving the truth of them, which is their pure formless awareness of perfect love, a true self, through that past lens? And I perceive the reality that is now. Yeah. So the past obscures, hides our true perception. Look at the timeline. We have the timeline shows that if we are perceiving someone now based on what happened in the past, we're not seeing them now, we're seeing the past. We're seeing the past now brought into the present, and that past is what influences our perception.
Yeah.
And that kind of conditioned programming is what we call the ego. So that would be the red arrow, perceiving through the ego's psychological and emotional attachments.
Yeah. So
which distorts the present moment and denies us access to pure formless awareness of perfect love.
So when I go to see my sister, and of course we've had our difficulties over the years, I have to forget all that and see her as pure formless awareness.
Yeah.
But what about, she's probably not going to look at me like that though.
But does that matter?
Okay.
Does it matter? Not really. Because what matters is how you perceive her.
Right. Okay.
And the only way of changing her perception is you change yours. See, the ego says, oh, well, she must change first. But that's not how change works. You change your own mind. And then you might find her attitude towards you changes because you've shifted yours.
All right.
And so it's not carrying the past with us into that encounter, which requires some doing. You have to have awareness. You have to go into an encounter like that and go, okay, I just stay very present. Remind myself that all that is now. I'm perceiving her exactly as she is now.
Yeah.
Without, where is the past? If you think about it, it's just in your mind.
It is.
You can't show it. There's the past. It's just thoughts, ideas, and we call them memories in your mind.
Yeah.
That now come in and they color your perception. So is any of that really real? And you're remembering a past that never really happened. If this entire dream is illusory, none of it ever really happened. So you're remembering a past that never really happened. You're making it real in your mind, and you're bringing it into the present moment. And now you're perceiving the present from that past perspective, which then blocks your awareness of the now and the pure formless awareness of perfect love that is there now in your mind and in the other person's mind.
Right.
or other
Okay,
people's
I
mind.
shall do that when I
Because it's
see
all
her.
been obscured by this past conditioning.
Yeah.
Unconditional love comes when you can let go of past conditioning. The only way you will have unconditional love is if you drop all conditioning and you simply, in the present moment, right there, right now, with no judgment of that person based on their past.
Right.
That's quite something to do.
It is.
But this is what he's asking. He's saying, well, that will free you.
Oh, yes.
That
Oh,
will
I'm
free your
happy.
mind to be
I'm happy to
completely
do it.
present
Yeah.
in the moment to that person. And in that state of presence, a holy encounter can come and you can feel a connection between you and that person that otherwise would have been obscured by all of the conditioned past programming.
Yeah. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah. Well, that's a good practice exercise.
When I see you next.
Your sister.
Yeah.
Go, okay, I'm going to prepare myself. Don't see the past. I erase all of that. I'm just purely present. I remember that she's the Christ, just as I am. She may not be aware of it, but underneath it, that's her true nature.
So because she's obviously someone that does bring a lot of the past that you've forgotten yourself, but she's good in living in the past. So I have to just see through that and just,
you don't have to entertain it in your mind. You have to give it a reality. You don't have to engage in it. So you can redirect. She wants to talk about the past. So, well, why don't we talk about the present? What's going on right now for you?
Yeah.
How are you? How are you feeling? A very present question. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'll do that. Well,
she might be a bit,
Well, she's got a new baby. Well, not her. She's a grandmother now for the first time. Okay. So that's a very good start.
Yeah. Focus on that's what's happening right now.
Yes, exactly. So that's a good.
Let's talk about that. That brings you much more into the present.
Exactly. Yeah. No. Moment. So that's good that this baby's arrived. Even though I know it's an illusion, but yeah.
Gives us something to focus on other than the past story.
Yes.
But you see how addicted people get to the past. So their entire consciousness, especially as you get older, because your future, if you look on the timeline, your sister's, was she older than you?
No, she's coming up to her 60th. She's 59. Yeah.
Okay. So, she's coming towards the end of the timeline.
Yes.
Maybe 20, 30 years left, something like that. So maybe like a quarter or a third of her life. And so you naturally then start tending not to look forward, but to look backwards.
Yeah, and there's more stories.
Like, well, I'm going into retirement, and then it's going to be a slippery slope of aging and death. It's not that attractive. So then we go into the past, and that can be nostalgia or remember those times. Now, nostalgia is an interesting one, isn't it? Because it seems to be positive. Oh, those were happy times or happy memories, but it still takes you out of the now.
But it also makes. But I've noticed that my friends who are going in nostalgia, they're wishing those days back.
Yeah,
and they're saying, "Oh, I'll never get that back again." So that's
of course there's a sadness there.
Like, yes,
well, it's gone, and you're never going to recapture it. That was a moment in time.
Yes, that's typical of my age group. Yeah, that's very typical.
You're trying to find some satisfaction in the present through the past, through remembering these good times in the past, which are long gone. Instead of saying, well, right now I can be happy. Right now, there's nothing stopping me from being happy, joyful,
just peaceful. As I was.
Yeah, because it's a state of mind. It's not reliant on those past circumstances, people, youth. That you were younger, your bodies were fitter, younger, healthier. But it's not really reliant on that. It's reliant on your state of mind now. And that's a choice.
And to be honest, you go through different stages. Who wants that stage back again? It's done and that's it. I mean, we're having a simple life now, and just seeing that lovely peacock was wonderful. So, you can still make happy
And
times.
that's being present
Yeah.
now is when you can
Yeah.
experience happiness. The nostalgia is always tainted with the sadness, because it's like, oh,
It
we lost
is.
that.
And I'm
You
never
see,
going to get it back.
you reminisce, and it's seductive because it could feel quite good. Oh, those were happy times, I remember. But then it's
Yes.
like, oh, I'm back in my present moment. Oh, no, I wish I could be back there. And now
That's
I
what
have a sense
happens.
of loss. I have a sense of something lacking because I'm missing what I'm desiring, which is in the past. And of course, it's an unattainable desire, isn't it? You're never going to
It
get the
is.
past back.
Yeah.
It's not possible to
Yeah.
rewind time and and go back there. As far as we know,
No.
time travel isn't. You can time effectively. We all time travel every day, but that's just in our own minds. The time travelers are most people who out of the present moment. They time traveling. They're going into the future. They're going into the past, and of course they're missing the present moment. The present moment is all there really is. So they're missing their life now. They're missing the opportunities for holy encounters, for miracles, for connections, for love, for peace, for joy in the moment of their life, and trying to find some kind of reality in the future or in the past. And neither of them exist, whether it's past or future. When I was young, when you're young, you tend to be more future oriented because you don't have very much past to go back to.
No, yes.
So you look ahead. I remember, like, I was always very goal oriented, and it's like, right, well, this is my future and this is what I want to do. And you focus on that. And then when I read The Power of Now, I realized that I pretty much missed most of my life because I'd been so oriented towards future that I wasn't able to be present, and just like, okay, I can just be present and enjoy
the moment.
now.
Yes. Yeah.
Enjoy the moment. I remember once I was on holiday. It was crazy. It was a lovely, lovely day. I was on holiday and I had this obsession to be a world champion. So I was like, no, I've got to stay and train. It was like Christmas Eve or something, like, December holidays. And obviously it's warm here. So we're on holiday down in the Cape, and my sister and her husband were there, a boyfriend at the time. And he said, oh, do you want to come water skiing? I mean, like, who wouldn't? Like, yeah, what a great, some water skiing, get out
the fresh air, yes, and
out in the fresh air, have a nice experience. And I said, no, because I've got to train.
Right.
Because I've got to train for this future goal, you see.
Right.
That never materialized. I'm going to be world champion. And I missed the present moment. I could have had a nice few hours connecting, socializing, having an enjoyable time. But instead I was training for a future moment, which would then bring me in my mind, that would bring me the happiness I yearn for sometime in the future.
So could you not say that's what we're doing now? Training the mind to sometime in the future have peace of mind?
Training the mind to be right now.
Oh yeah.
In the moment. When we do the practice, it's like bring your mind into the present moment now.
Right.
Not sometime in the future. Enter that state now. Enter, as I say, Zen. Zen is the state of awareness. Enter Zen now. It's the only time you can enter it.
Right.
So you're training your mind to be able to have the ability to enter the now and be in the now all the time. So your future nows are going to be very present. Training your mind so that you don't wander, you don't time travel, you don't go into the past and off into the future. You stay present. If you catch your mind wandering, you bring it back. Okay, it's just here now.
Do it now. Yeah. So even recapturing the peacock moment, that moment is now gone. That's it.
Yeah. It's gone, you move on, because there's another present moment immediately arising. The present moment's always there.
Yeah.
So you're off time traveling with the peacock and go, oh, that was so nice. Well, you miss the present moment right now.
Yes. Yeah.
Of what's available right now. Whether you're just sitting quietly and being, there's a beauty in that, there's joy in that, or you're talking to me on Zoom, or you're having a meal with your husband, or whatever. There's there's something to be appreciated in each present moment.
True. Yeah.
And the past, being in the past, obscures that.
Yeah.
And then worse, you bring the past into the present, and now you interpret the present moment from the past perspective, which clouds your perception.
Yeah.
Particularly if there's something negative, you've had an issue, let's say, with your sister. Now you bring that into the present moment. It affects your present moment experience.
It does, yes. And you
Quite
tend to
dramatically, actually. You will feel
actually,
a disconnection. You'll feel a little bit clouded. You'll feel like I'm not that comfortable or happy. And so the present moment is now an uncomfortable place to be because you brought the past with you into it. And that obscures the truth that actually there's only ever really, when Eckhart Tolle or others talk about the now, they mean this awareness. That's what the now refers to.
Yeah.
It's this eternal, pure formless awareness of perfect love that is only accessible when you're purely present.
Yeah.
You can't access it when you go into past or future. It doesn't exist there. It exists only in the now.
Yeah.
So you think of how most people live their lives. They're living on this timeline. They're time traveling all the time, going into the past, into the future, whichever. The ego doesn't really mind too much, as long as you're not present. That's all it's trying to keep you away from being in the present moment. And so they're missing, it's kind of bizarre. You miss your whole life because all these present moments where there's this now, this awareness available is you're just in a mental story. You're in a memory of the past, or you're in an imagination of the future, which are just mental constructs. And that's not reality. This is what Yesh is saying. That's just your own invented reality. Reality with a capital R is this. And that only exists in the present moment. You will not find it in the past or the future. So that's the essence of what he's saying here.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to add?
No, that's clear.
Yeah. Past is no reality in the present, so I cannot perceive it. Past reactions to them are also not there. It's to them that I react. Perceive only an image of them that I made. So important. I perceive only an image of them that I made and cherish instead of them.
Yeah.
Change that to instead of their true self. So when you see your sister, if you perceive her based on the past, you are creating an image of her and replacing that with her true self.
Yeah.
And then you wonder why you can't connect, and there's going to be some disconnection and conflict and whatever, because you're perceiving an image, a false image of her, and she's perceiving a false image of you.
Yes. I mean, it's not too bad. There's not conflict, but there's sometimes a little bit of a not natural. Yeah. So
you see, it's a false. Both of you hold false images of the other, and then these false images relate to each other.
Yes.
One false image relating to another, and there's no genuine connection then, because it's false. The relationship is then false. It's special, and there's nothing real. There's nothing real about it, and somehow in the depths of our being, we feel that when it's not authentic, there's a
you do, yes.
There's a feeling that this isn't quite right, and we can't always say why. You need to do the mind training and understand why, because it's your false self-image, perceiving an invented false self-image that you've created for her, and she's doing the same to you. So there's these two.
You've got to break the cycle. It's up to me to break this.
The miracle worker's job is to break that pattern, because you have the awareness to do it. She may not have. I don't know if she's on a spiritual path.
No, she's not at all.
Probably not. So she wouldn't have the awareness to do this, but you do, because you've had the training. So it's like, okay, so you're responsible then for bringing the higher awareness in that situation as the miracle worker, and changing the interaction, changing the relationship, so it becomes a holy relationship where you can really connect. and share and maybe have a connection that you've never experienced before because of that, without reference to the past, in the present moment. And then you bring her, you see, you draw her into the present moment. And everyone does want it. Everyone is yearning for this present moment and the connection and the love. So you draw her in through your presence, just by being totally present, and then, you know, being guided by the Holy Spirit to say and do things that are appropriate. You bring her into that experience with you. That's then the holy relationship and the holy encounter. Which she will then feel. That there will be because everyone wants this, even if she's not on a spiritual path. There's some deep yearning in everyone for this present moment and for the connection and the love. You draw her in, and if you can get her into that state, then maybe she'll forget about the past for a while, and she'll just be present and have a really lovely connection and chat. And she might go, wow, that was so lovely. You know, that was just lovely, Elaine. Thank you. I really enjoyed that. And now you've created more of a connection.
Well, I feel confident. I do feel confident that we'll get on well. Also, there's a little brand new baby that's arrived. So that's also going to be a help too.
Yeah. So focus on, you know, the present rather than the past.
Yes. Yeah.
Ask the Holy Spirit for guidance when you go in.
Say,
maybe you want to read this section again. Okay. Yeah. Just remind myself principles, ask for guidance. It's not really me doing it, it's not Elaine doing it. So then you're not referencing your own past, because Elaine, you know, the story of Elaine and the character and everything that you've experienced. Yeah, it's an illusion. It's not really true. So you got to park all of that. I'm going in as the presence of love.
I look forward to it.
To be, you know, truly helpful. And then the whole interaction and the relationship must change, because your attitude's changed.
Yeah.
A relationship is always, you know, two people, but you, as the more conscious, the miracle worker, can draw her in to this present moment and you know, help her experience it. And then she may not even really consciously realize what's happening, but she will feel on some level, I really enjoyed that. It was, you know, very rewarding, very rich. It was a rich, enjoyable
experience.
Time. And then, you know, that strengthens your relationship with her, and then who knows where that leads. You know, one holy encounter can lead to others. Maybe that gets her curious about it. You just never know what miracles can unfold from, you know, from that moment. But it's not really about the future. It's about just really
that moment. Exactly.
Just experiencing the connection, the love, the joy in that moment, purely present. For itself, for no other, there's no agenda, there's no future, there's no past.
No. It'll be just that moment, and then I might not see her again for a long time.
Yeah, and that's okay if you don't.
Yeah.
Maybe you connect on Zoom regularly, you know, that's possible. Or if there's a desire to connect and it's enjoyable.
Just go with the flow. Go with the flow.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. So number 2.
Yeah. Am I going into the alternative or doing both?
I think just read the alternative, because there's not much to translate there.
Right. I consider it natural to use my past experience as the reference point from which to judge the present. Yeah, which is what we just talked about.
This is the default program of the ego. It's how most people operate in this.
Very frustrating, isn't it?
This is natural. Of course, I'm going to use my past experience to judge the present moment. What else am I going to use?
Yeah. So it's never fresh and
it's conditions. It's based on your past experience, which is the conditioned mind. And so where's the spontaneity and the freshness in the moment? Where's the openness to some other way of looking at it and thinking about it? No, if it's just past conditioning, there is none.
Yeah. And yet this is unnatural because it is delusional. Yeah, that's true.
It's delusional because you're remembering a past that never really happened. Remember, the illusion is not real. So you're now making it real in your mind. You're remembering what never really happened. And you're bringing it into the present moment. And you're recreating this fiction in the moment. and bringing it into the present moment to cloud, the present moment, which is not, well, as he says, it's delusional.
When I have learned to look on everyone with no reference at all to the past, either theirs or mine, as I perceived it, I will be able to learn from what I see now. Yeah.
Well, just check out as you perceived it. Be able to learn from what I
perceive now.
Perceive now. Yeah.
For the past can cast no shadow to darken the present, unless I'm afraid of pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Oh, unless you're afraid of light. Afraid of past can cast no shadow to darken the present, to cover the present, unless I'm afraid. So it can only happen when I'm afraid of the light, which is pure formless awareness, that lies in the present moment.
Yeah.
Okay, number 5.
And only if I would I choose to bring limited awareness with me, and by holding it in my mind, I see it as a dark cloud that shrouds my companions and conceals their reality from my sight.
Yeah, so it is kind of, it's quite accurate imagery. When there's illusions in your mind, you're bringing the past in. There's kind of a cloudiness. It's not clear. It doesn't feel clear and light.
Yes.
It's this sort of dark cloud that shrouds. So they are cloaked in your misperceptions, and then you perceive them in this false, in the darkness of your own limited awareness. Shrouds my companions and conceals their reality from my sight, from my the reality from my true perception. I can't perceive them correctly because this dark cloud of the past that I've used to shroud them in. Which is quite nice. I think we'll keep the imagery, dark cloud, shrouds. We'll keep that imagery because it's nice. It's quite a graphic. And this is what we do all the time when we operate in the ego. It's like this dark shroud. And we feel that disconnection and it doesn't feel right. But unless you know what's going on, you have a teaching like this that explains it. You don't really know. It's just a feeling of disease. People don't know why they feel disconnected. And they just.
This is why when we're out in the public, where our heads are down and avoiding their strangers, we call them strangers, don't we? Our companions. So it's a shame. It is a shame.
Well, this is the the world of the ego. It's the world of individual identities walking around in bodies, seemingly separate, each one to himself, and each one is suspicious of the others. What are you going to do?
No trust.
What are you going to do to me? Can I trust you? And so our job is to drop that. And genuinely open and connect. because everyone's your brother. Everyone is the same.
Yes.
As you. So as you recognize it in them, then you recognize it in yourself. That's that's the whole.
Yeah.
It's the whole story. Okay, so what's he saying in number 2?
Well, basically, again, just be in the now and don't judge people by past experience because it's unnatural and delusional. And look at everyone with no reference and no past. And this will bring you to your true perception. And the dark clouds, and like it explains at the bottom sentence there very clearly. Just leaves an uneasiness and a dark cloud over us if we continue to see our companions in the past.
Yeah. Okay. Move on to number 3. I'm moving fairly quickly because we've got 13 paragraphs. So whether we're going to finish that or not, but let's give it a go.
Yeah.
All right. So this probably needs a bit of translation. So read this. This darkness is in you.
This darkness is in you. The Christ, the limited awareness is in me.
Yeah. Christ.
There's more of that than the light, really, in a lot of us these days, isn't there? The limited awareness.
That's the illusion of it. I mean, but it's not just these days. It's always. If you come into this world, you're born into this world, you have believed in the darkness. Otherwise, you couldn't be here. So everyone comes in, and we've all, in the Christian teaching, they say we've all sinned. Well, we all come in. That's not correct. We all come in with a false belief in sin and guilt. We haven't really sinned.
That's just our default. That's our default.
We just think we have. That's the problem. It's a belief, and that's why we're here. You don't come here if you don't have sin and guilt in your mind. So everyone here is in the darkness until they change their mind.
But a lot of like the new baby that's arrived in our family, it hasn't been conditioned yet.
Well, it brings in its own karma.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That mind. You look at the timeline. So that baby was almost certainly human before.
Yeah.
Come again, so just another incarnation, and has brought accumulated ego, psychological, and emotional attachments, which is the karma, what they call karma in the East. It brought all of that with it. The fact that it's back here in a body to have another life means that it's got karma. Otherwise, because no karma means no life.
But she could be somebody that's going to be, of high spiritual, she could be one of those, couldn't she?
She could be, yeah. Possible that this might be her last lifetime because there's not that much karma left to work out. You don't know. Maybe there's lots of karma, dense, heavy karma, in which case there's going to be drama. There's going to be
all
trauma,
of that, drama, who knows,
unfolding in their life, because that's what the karma requires to play out. So you don't know. We all come in. When we don't come in innocent and pure, because the karma is what's caused us to be reborn. So there's that program in our mind. Underlying that, we still are this, but we haven't realized it yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't come back. This is not coming back here when you could be in heaven. Is really not an intelligent choice.
No,
it's the default of the ego because it's convinced you that this is all there is. So as long as you believe in separation, your separate self says, well, this is your reality and there's nothing else. And so back you come, and you have to do the whole thing all over again. And
But
you
hopefully
should
she'll
always
be
get
more.
the opportunity to awaken.
Hopefully, the more births we're having, the more evolved they're becoming. That this is where we eventually
one would hope,
disappear.
eventually you do learn. So after, sometimes, takes a long time. But one would hope after thousands of lifetimes, you might start learning that there's a pattern to this. That there's a repetitive kind of pattern and formula, and you start to sort of wake up because you've had these experiences, and something in you, older souls come back and they go, yeah, this is sort of all a bit familiar, really. It's not the first time I'm experiencing it.
So she might come back as Mother Teresa or Martin Luther King or Pele. She could come back, an extremely evolved person, couldn't she?
You never know. I mean, anything.
Which is, who knows? I mean, her parents are very ordinary. They're just an ordinary couple.
It depends on the karma. It depends on what she's brought in, her past lives and her whole, history of all of her lifetimes. And that's just mind-blowing. We can't, could be thousands of lifetimes. But in this one, she has the opportunity to awaken, as she did in all the previous ones. There's always that opportunity to awaken. So that's the true purpose of every human life, is to wake up to who we are.
Yeah.
And that's
the sort of conversation I couldn't really have this conversation with Gillian, because I think she'd think I'd gone a bit, because she's very sort of.
Gillian's your sister.
Yes, because that's the one. She's got a brand new, grandchild now, her first one.
Well, if you believe in the reality of the timeline, then this all seems to be crazy. And it's like, well, this is this is reality. Timeline, birth and death, and this is reality. There's nothing else. Now you're talking about all this, other worldly stuff, and if people are not open to that, they get scared. They're like, oh, that's unfamiliar. But they just they've limited their awareness to block all this out because they don't want to see it. Because if they start seeing there's a bigger picture, you have to start accepting that there's another reality. It's not possible to remain under the illusion that this is the only reality there is.
And you wouldn't want to, really,
Yeah. So but the ego is very resistant, so it will deny any access, any opening to this. So you have a conversation, you start and talk about, we'll shut it down because it's scared. Like, well, I know, the ego knows that if you start opening this door to the truth, that it's the beginning of the end for it. And so there's a big block and a big resistance in most people, because they're scared, ironically, of what will save them. I mean, that's the delusion of it. What will save them from the pain and the suffering and the sickness and the aging and the death of this life and world is this awareness, and yet they are terrified of it. So interesting. Okay. So this darkness is in you, the Christ has revealed to you now, has no past.
The Christ as revealed to you now has no past, for he is changeless, and in his changelessness lies your release. The true self as revealed to me now has no past, for it is changeless, and in its changelessness lies my release.
So the true self remains. See, it doesn't change. This awareness is permanent and eternal, and the self that comes from it. We look at our Holy Trinity diagram. The self is derived from this awareness. It has the same quality. unchanging, changeless, remains the same eternally. So it doesn't matter what happens in your life and the various changes in a human life, that self remains identical throughout. So that's the only, source of stability and strength that you have. What is changeless?
For if it is as it was created, there is no guilt in it.
Yeah, there's Christine joining us. That's nice.
Oh, yes.
Or if it is as it was, shall we say, extended?
Yes.
Extended. There is no guilt in it. Right. So it's as it's extended from source.
Yeah.
It's coming from. Hi, Christine.
Hello.
Hello there. Hi.
Sorry I'm late, but I've
That's okay. That's okay. Let me just paragraph 3. So the Christ, the true self, is an extension of the source. So when you identify with the Christ or the true self, you're identifying indirectly with the source, which is why it's such a useful idea in this world. Because this is attainable. Think of if you're in the illusion. Okay, so there's a true self, and I can find that, and that true self can actually perceive. It can help me to perceive correctly with Christ's vision. It can help me to let go. It can allow the Holy Spirit's perceptions into its awareness. So it's an operating system. I can actually operate this way. I can function actually highly effectively in the dream with this. If I'm just in pure formless awareness of perfect love, I'm checked out of the dream. In pure formless awareness, there's no form by definition. So I can't interact in the dream if I'm in that state. So the sort of traditional Eastern path is to check out of the world and check into the state, and just stay in the state as much as possible in deep meditation, and then not engage much in the world. But Yeshua is giving us another part. He's saying, actually, by engaging in the world, you're going to learn lessons that's going to help you to undo your ego faster. If you actually participate in the world and you allow the world to give you the lessons that it's there to give you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
No cloud of guilt.
No cloud of guilt has arisen to obscure it, and it stands revealed in everyone I meet because I see it through itself. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I see it through itself.
No.
So it is it that is perceiving itself. Because when I'm identified with my true self, that becomes what's myself that's perceiving. So what's having the true perception or the Christ vision is the Christ or the true self. So then it perceives itself in everyone and everything, because it recognizes that everyone and everything is the one self, which is an extension of pure formless awareness of perfect oneness. So it's an intermediary step. It takes us to the gates of heaven. It takes us almost into this state. And if we're so identified with our true self, then God takes the final step, and we merge back into this awareness. Any idea of any kind of separate self, true self, Christ self, albeit, but still seemingly separate from this, disappears into God, into pure formless awareness of perfect love. And that's the final step that he says, well, that'll be taken by God. In other words, this awareness, you just kind of merge back into that. You'll just merge into it and become one with it when you're ready. So our job is to bring ourselves into the identifying with the true self or the Christ as much as possible, staying in that awareness, in that thought system.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. So
shall I move on? Yes.
mm-hmm.
To be born again is to let the past go and look without condemnation upon the present. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Be born again. So this is what it means to be reborn.
Yeah.
Ask look without condemnation upon the present. So a clean, open, clear perception without the past. Clouding it means, well, it's like I've been born again, isn't it? There's no past. A baby comes in, they don't have a past in this world anyway, in this lifetime. So it's like you're born again into the present moment. And he's saying, but you can be born again moment by moment by moment.
Well, yes.
Into this present moment.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Just change that. Perceive the present. So with no condemnation. Condemnation is always of the ego. Condemnation makes guilt and sin real. You perceive anyone or anything in the present with condemnation, then you must believe in sin and guilt.
Mm-hmm.
And you perceive the present without condemnation, and you free yourself from that burden of sin and guilt and come fully into the present moment that just is. Yeah. Why would you condemn? How can you condemn pure formless awareness? It's not possible.
So that despite any form, Putin, any of them.
Without condemnation. Because the problem is if you condemn it, you make it real in your perception. See the ego's trick. Very cunning.
Mm.
Oh, okay. So now it's real because you judged it, you condemned it. And then you are real. You've made a false self-image of yourself that's now condemning it.
Oh, excuse me.
So you've now identified with the false self rather than the true self, and the ego's got you in its hold. And that is the price of condemnation of any kind upon anyone or anything, no matter what they seem to have done. Putin, seems to be a tyrant, megalomaniac.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a big challenge with someone like that.
But it's not real, you see. It's not a challenge if you recognize that he's not real. Because he's not real. The character isn't real. It's just a fictional character. The world isn't real. Russia and all these dramas, they don't really exist. It's just it's a mirage. It's a projection into on a four-dimensional reality of time and space. A movie screen, four-dimensional movie screen. Right? So all these images are coming and going. The mind is very busy projecting it out. This 4D hologram, because that's what we're living in.
Yeah.
But it's all a projection of a mind that is believing in the idea of separation, which is false. So none of what you see on the screen is real. Putin, and then it's quite easy. You go, well, it's all illusion. That's the whole point. I don't have to forgive him for what has really happened. I just have to recognize that it's unreal. It never happened. You see?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's not that hard because that's a blanket statement that applies to everything in the dream. Whatever seems to have happened in the dream, your life, anyone's life, all experiences in the 4D hologram that we call this universe and world are illusory. They're not real. That's the basis of letting them go. So you just go, well, Putin, you're not even real. Isn't that bizarre? He takes himself so seriously. You're not even real. Your entire illusion of yourself, your self-concept, which you're projecting out onto the world and creating all this drama, is fiction. It's illusion. It's unreal. And all illusions will fade. So in time, the whole thing will just fade. It will be undone. No one will remember it. And there'll be another. The ego just keeps recreating the illusions and the other characters in the dream and other dramas and other situations.
Round and round.
And that's history. That's what's been happening for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, billions of years, really. But the dreams got more complex in the last sort of 500 million years, because now we've got all these characters, so seeming forms that have their personal identities, and they're now interacting, and the dreams got very intertwined and complex because of that. So we're at the peak of the ego's miscreation now. This is the height of it. Right, so we've got everyone really separate, in separate bodies, living on this, in the separate world, in some godforsaken planet somewhere, in the middle of nowhere. And we got them to believe that it's all real and play all these games. And now we see the human drama playing out, the ego's drama playing out in the 4D screen. And you see, whatever the drama is, Putin and the whole Ukraine thing, or it's your own personal dramas or whatever. And you just remind yourself it's all illusion. None of it's true.
Yeah.
And there's the release from all of it.
It is a strange world, because we've got all those that are very privileged, no money worries, no nothing. And then you've got those in awful conditions. So it's all bizarre, isn't it?
Well, that's the consequence of separation.
Yeah.
Separation breeds inequality. Now we are unequal, we are different, and so there are some that are better than others, some that are superior, some that are inferior, and that's the human story.
It's not.
And it's a consequence of the belief in separation and sin and guilt, which has got deeply entrenched into the psyche. And now we believe it without question, seemingly, when we're born. Most people don't question it. Oh, well, this is reality. And if you do question it, they go, well, you're kind of weird and strange. And
yes, or you're mad. Yeah.
But remember that the ones who are awakening, who are sane or becoming sane in the insane asylum, will be considered insane by the insane people in the asylum. Yes. Because in the insane asylum, what seems to be insanity is normality.
Yeah.
Because everyone's insane. So they go, well, this is normal. Like, who are you? Like, what are you saying? You're the insane one, because you're different.
Yeah.
And this has always been the case. I mean, Plato's cave allegory, demonstrates that very well. It was about his master Socrates, who was the awakened one in the cave, who went, oh, hang on, like, what's going on here? Actually, are these images on the cave wall really real? And so he turns around and he goes, no, actually, they're not. They're projections, they're puppets. And there's a fire, and the puppets are prancing around in front of the fire and projecting the images onto the screen. Quite, amazing that they understood this in those days. And nowadays we have movies, and so it'd be like, well, if it was in modern times, the cave allegory would go, you go into a movie theater, and you're all sitting chained in the movie theater. Nowadays it's like, oh, well, the seats are quite comfortable, and it all seems to be okay, but still you chained to the seats. You can't escape until you turn around and you look at the light coming from the back of the room, and you go, oh, what's that? Okay, hang on. I'm what I'm seeing here is just images projected onto a screen. It's not really real. And then the awakened one would then go out of the movie theater, or out of the cave, into the light, and go, oh wow, actually there's this whole like sunlight, and actually the real world is here, and this is amazing. So let me go back and tell all the people the good news. Actually, guys, you're all asleep. There's actually realities. Just turn around and follow me. And they go, no, you're crazy. What are you saying? And you're crazy. And then they want to kill you, because you're telling them truths they don't want to know. Because
Yeah.
they prefer the bondage of the illusions. They prefer being chained and just looking at the cave wall or looking at the movie theater. And nowadays, update the allegory, looking at the movie theater, because it's, wow, this is amazing. It's like big screen and it's multimedia, and it's like I'm not just watching the movie, I'm in the movie. See, that's the what's the ego stuff. It puts you in the movie. You're a character in the movie. You're actually playing a part in the movie. So it seems to be very real. So to get into the observer perspective is zoom out of it and go, hang on, it's just a character. It's another character in the dream. That's just part of this big projection. And I don't want to play that game anymore. There's an awareness that's outside of the dream that can just observe all of this in a detached way and not get sucked into it, not believe it. That's the true self, that awareness. Okay, I want to carry on. The cloud, where were we? Cloud that obscures.
The cloud that obscures pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension to me is the past. And if I would have it past and gone.
I must not perceive it now.
Oh, sorry, I thought that was the end of the set. Yeah, I must not perceive it now.
Oh, so I can't bring it into my perception now. So don't bring the past into the present.
Mm-hmm.
I perceive it now.
If I see it now in my illusions, it has not gone from me, although it is not there. Because it's just an illusion. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I've believed in it. You see, the whole thing with illusions is they're real to the perceiver of them.
Yeah.
Which is why they're convincing. We want to believe them, so our belief makes them real to us. And then we get caught up in this story that we've told ourselves because we want to believe it. It comes from desire in that. We want a separate self. We want to believe the story we've invented rather than the truth. So although it's not really there, it seems to be there because we still want it in our minds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what's he saying in number 3? You want to summarize that briefly?
Well, we all have this limited awareness in us. And if we continue to bring up the past, it's going to obscure our true self. And well, we have this cloud of guilt that obscures our true self. And to be born again is to let the past go and perceive and present without condemnation.
Yeah, I mean, the key point is, don't perceive the past.
Oh, well, there you go.
In the past, you have cloud of guilt. It obscures the present moment, and if you perceive the past, you're making an illusion of the present moment.
Yeah, that's
And then it's there because you choose for it still to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Christine, any comments? Any questions? You with us? Would you like to read number 4?
In the alternate?
Yeah, it's not much to translate. So the alternate in this is first person, so we decided to do the first person.
Yours is just because you've got all these. Oops.
So it's translated language and it's first person, which makes it much more personal.
Time can release as well as imprison, depending on whose interpretation of it I use.
Yeah.
Past, present, and future are not continuous unless I force continuity on them. I can perceive them as continuous and make them so for me, but do not be deceived and then believe that this is how it is. But I am not deceived, and do not believe that this is how it is.
Yeah, I'm not deceived into. So this was translation and personalization was done by ChatGPT, which is an AI bot. So, but it's pretty good. Mostly, it's pretty accurate. But then every now and then you've got to just do a bit of editing. Seed into believing this is how it is. Okay. Or to believe truth.
Just let me respond. To believe truth is what I would have it be according to my use, for it is delusional.
So truth is what I want it
to be according to my use.
According to my use. I want it to be according to my, it's a better name for use, to my use for it, right? According to my use, yeah, it's fine. He is delusional. Okay? So the ego says, well, I'll make truth in my, I'll make up the truth. I want this to be the truth. And so it is. Ego's arrogance, it says, well, I can make up the truth, and it's true because I make it true. And the truth says, no, the truth is true whether you believe it or not. Whatever illusions you want to make up, the truth remains unaffected actually by your belief. It remains true irrespective of whatever you choose to believe or make up. Okay, number 6.
I would destroy time's continuity by breaking it into past, present, and future for my own purposes. I would anticipate the future on the basis of my past experience and plan for it accordingly. Yet by doing so, I am aligning past and future and not allowing the miracle which could intervene between them to free me to be born again. Yeah, I could have quite a nice little story if you can just decipher the complexity of me describing it, which is exactly demonstrating this past, future, and how I can use it to suit my own delusional state. Steve and I are 2 old people trying to walk regularly so that we stay young. And we have these 2 dogs. Here's 2 dogs that are wild dogs and undisciplined and he does not walk them on leads, and we have drama every time we walk. And now we're taking the blind lady's dog, little corgi, Bella, as well. So we have 3 dogs to control.
Mm.
And he does not control his dogs. So we're going to quieter and quieter places where there are no people.
Mm.
And I am getting older. And so being the people pleaser, I always fall in with solving the problems that these dogs create, and pulls on my neck, and I get frustrated because they're not my dogs, they don't listen to me, and he just stands there. So I get very angry and I get upset and I lose the plot.
Mm.
And it's been getting to me over a number of months where I realize it's not my responsibility. So today, it's quite a long story. Can you bear with me, Elaine? Shall I continue?
No, I'm sure we can. Elaine?
She's not even there, so I mean.
I don't know. She's
Yeah, no, I'm here. Yeah, just had to go upstairs. Sorry, what was it?
Christine's just telling a story that's related to this
Paragraph.
paragraph.
I'm trying to be with spirit. I'm trying to listen to what's happening. But in this incident with the dogs today, we were in quite a quiet area of the sanctuary. There were no people. But suddenly there was a black man, and the dogs just went crazy and were barking at him, all 3 of them.
Mm.
And the one dog was actually attacking him. So he had a bag that he was putting between him and the dogs.
Mm.
And I was trying to pull the dogs away and calm them down. And this man eventually dropped his bag, and then the one dog really went for him. And he got very frightened and he jumped up onto this concrete slab. So he was elevated away from them.
Mm.
And I was getting caught up in my upset with Steve for not taking control. He just stands there and watches.
Mm.
So you can see.
Does he have leads? I mean, can he put his dog on a lead?
Got one lead for the dog that disappears, and we put it on when we get to the car so that she gets in the car when we want to go home. It's a comedy of errors, and I'm not going to go into how complicated it is, but I'd reached my limit. And he was apologizing to the man. We eventually got the dog on the lead, and it calmed down, and the man took his bag and walked off. And I also apologized. But I mean, I didn't go up and hug him and calm him down. And afterwards I thought, sure, how callous of even me. So driving home, I said, that's the last time we're walking with the dogs. You are getting dog walkers. You're either walking the dogs on the lead, both of them, but we can't do that because the dogs pull him over and then drag him along the ground. That's how weak he is.
Mm.
And I'm not much stronger, really. I don't want to take on controlling dogs because suddenly a cat walks past and it's bedlam.
Mm.
And I get home, and at the end of the afternoon, the blind lady phones me to say that her 7-year-old, because Bella was barking so wildly, the 7-year-old granddaughter looked out the window and saw a hooded man on the property. And because Bella was barking so wildly, she realized there was somebody on the property. So she phoned me to ask if I had let anyone on the property. And I said no. But I wasn't here because I'd walked down for lunch. And then I realized how vulnerable they were. Because they've got a trellis door, she's blind, and she's in charge of a 7-year-old on my property, and I don't have any security, and I don't have a dog. And she just asked if I'd had anybody working on the property during the day, and I said no. So on the strength of that, that little dog was alerting her to danger. Just hours before, I had said to Steve, we're not walking with the dogs, which made me realize how vulnerable we would be on the streets without the dogs. And there, in my ego arrogance, I thought I knew, and I was, because future, past, and present is all messing up the picture. My previous incidents of drama with him and the dogs, and my getting weaker and weaker, put me into fear of the future instead of being totally with the present moment. Dealing with the situation differently. I don't know how I would have dealt with it, but it's made me realize that the dogs are so sensitive, that dogs are very important in this terrain, especially where I live with a lot of criminal activity. And so I had to renege on what I thought was the truth, what the right thing to do was. I was actually totally delusional, because Spirit had come in and shown me the purpose of dogs, how valuable they are, especially with someone as vulnerable as a blind person looking after a 7-year-old. And you know, I'm full of remorse today, because I was not present, fully present and trusting in seeing properly, seeing. You know, I was full of emotion, of upset and anger with the incident with the hooded man. And there was another hooded man on the property. You know, it was just like so illustrative. The message was so damn clear that only someone who is spiritually blind couldn't see that I was being shown the right way.
Oh, well, that's good. So you at least you saw, you know, you got the correction. You're able to perceive it and recognize it, learn from it, and you know, that's the miracle. So it's all it's all good.
Yes.
Now you're getting a lesson that's, you know, exactly in alignment. You see, okay, well, you see what you do. You align the past and the future. You don't allow the correction. So in that moment, you forgot to ask the Holy Spirit for guidance, didn't you?
Yet again.
Okay, I'm not in charge here. I don't really know what the answer is. I'm gonna really just let go of my emotion. See, the emotion is what clouds it over. That's why he says, you know, these darkened clouds, uses all this imagery, because it really does, it does do that in your mind. All of the emotions cloud over the truth that could come through. So it comes down again to that skill of letting go. Can you let go of those emotions, not allow them to cloud you over, come into a state of clear peace, and then go from there? And then say, well, what should I do from here? You know, what is the right choice to be made? Because of one incident, you know, and then you got upset, and because there've been a number of incidents, you say, okay, so no more, you know, no more walking of the dogs. But that was a knee-jerk reaction. That was clearly based on the past, your past experiences, your conditioning, and then you project that into the future. Okay, so now you expect worse in the future. You know, and you got a story going, well, I'm getting old, I'm getting frail, I'm not going to manage, I'm not going to cope, you see. So that's the narrative. And so then that breeds the fear. And then you get very contracted in your thinking. And you don't allow the Spirit to come in and help and find the miraculous solution.
Yes, and it's amazing how as you age, you are full of stories of the past all the time. And so by aligning with past and the worry of the future, you don't allow the correction, the message to intervene in that moment in the present, because you're not listening.
Yeah. Yeah. So you got hijacked by the ego, and you're now on the timeline. You see, we're all time travelers. We're traveling in time all the time in our minds.
Yes.
So you're either in the past thinking about, oh no, but this happened in the past and this happened, and that's over. That's now your present experience. All those memories, often quite traumatic. Ego likes traumatic memories because it makes the past very real. Or you're then projecting in the future. You go, oh, but in the future, this could happen and this could happen and this could go wrong based on my past, or could be even worse in the future. And all of that just clouds over the present moment. And in the present moment, in the now, is the only time where you can access this awareness, pure formless awareness.
And that whole
so the
thing
ego is very clever in covering that over. It's all designed to cover over that awareness so you can't see it.
Yeah, and the clouds is just the drama. The ego creates the drama, and it's just a story which is gone in a moment. It's not real.
Yeah.
The habit is to put.
To make it real. It's really happened. Now there's a problem. It's a sin. Remember, it's just an error.
Guilt.
It's made real, permanent, and it has consequences, and it is punishable. There's going to be some punishment on someone to pay for that.
Yes.
So in some way, maybe you were trying to punish Steve. Say, right, you haven't done your thing and you've been irresponsible. So now we're going to take away your walking. You're not going to be able to walk anymore.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you see that. So then there's a punishing intent, which is part of the sinful program.
Manipulating the situation to suit myself. Totally disregarding the value of these animals.
And of the, it's important as you get older to walk. It really is. It's the one thing that keeps you. If you stop walking, I mean, you just go downhill very fast because you're not exercising using those muscles. That's a known fact. So the dogs get you out walking. That's, getting a dog walker means neither of you walk. Well, that's not a good thing for your health and well-being at all.
No.
To not walk. And it's also time to connect. You can connect with them. That's the time you can spend quality time together. If you're only spending a couple of hours together in the day, that's part of it. So kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater as a knee-jerk reaction to the drama. You go, I don't want the drama anymore. Instead of going, okay, so I give it to the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit, you show me. You show me the way. How can we resolve this? Maybe we get another lead. Maybe we get a dog walker to walk with us. How about that for an idea?
We've suggested that. And
then you can all go for a walk, and you've got someone who's skilled and younger who can manage the dogs and handle that and be like, okay. And you need 2 leads. It's crazy not to have 3 leads. I mean, you need a lead for every dog. You can't go without leads, because if needed, you have to be able to control your dog. If you don't have a lead, you can't do that. So, these are just, but the Holy Spirit will guide you and say, okay, well, this is how it could work. And there's a solution to it that's coming from clarity. It's coming from a peaceful state, not a reactive state.
Yeah.
So, it's all good. It's a lesson. You see the lessons and they come and you go, what I will say, Christine, is don't beat yourself up, because when you get the lesson and you acknowledge it and you recognize it, that is a miracle. That's a success. You've learned something. You've made a correction, and you have to experience all of that drama to get the correction. So it's all perfect in its imperfection. Maybe in time you might get better and recognize the lesson quicker, and sooner. But you can only do the best that you can in your current state of consciousness. That's all you can do. So the lessons come because we're in a limited state of consciousness, and then the drama plays out to show us that limitation, and then we get the opportunity to see that limitation and correct it. And that's why the miracles are necessary. So it's all necessary for your awakening, these experiences. So don't beat yourself up because of them. They're all part of the learning that is required to attain the at-one-ment.
And I'm seeing it more and more in that it takes a blind woman to show me sight.
Yeah, that's so interesting, isn't it? Yeah. So who's the blind one, really? One wonders. Who's really blind?
He was in real danger.
No. So, whereas your danger was, imaginary. You'd made it up.
I was all running into the future.
And okay. Well, a good story. And you see how relevant these lessons are to our daily lives. It's not just theory. It's like, this is how our lives work, and these principles can really help us. And then there's no accident you come on here tonight, because there's a message for you. So you needed to hear this. So, that's all part of the miracle. And you never, remember, like, there's no judgment. The Holy Spirit doesn't go, "Oh, Christine, you're so slow. You didn't get it this time. You're only going to get a B for that one," because it doesn't work that way. It's just, okay, well, I'll just show you, and when you're ready to learn, then I'll show you. And you're actually pretty quick on the uptake because you get it. You reflect, and then you apply the lessons, and you go, okay, well, it's just in the moment, and we all get challenged. In the moment, the emotion comes and it clouds over that awareness.
Full of attachments to
the way you think things should be. You see, that's always the problem, isn't it? It's an expectation. Oh, we should go on a walk and we shouldn't have drama. We shouldn't have our dogs all out of control and barking at people, because that's not right. And I think Steve's probably just more like, well, hey, c'est la vie, it is what it is.
Dogs are having a wonderful time.
Dogs are having a good time, and I think he can't control them. And I mean, he's not in a position to control them, is he?
No.
Because if he holds them, he might fall over and hurt himself. So it's like, well, I either go for a walk and I let the dogs just have free rein, or I don't go walking. And his walking is probably one of the things that's keeping him.
He's going to go downhill faster.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he needs to walk every day. So at least his muscles are getting some exercise every day, or at least 3 times a week. If you don't move, the muscles start wasting away, and then it becomes harder and harder just to move. You can't even walk.
Well, that's been my 3 years of getting him to walk and getting him to move. Because when he's alone in his house, he just lies on his bed and sleeps all day. So dogs are very, very important. But the thing is, how do we manage it? We're going to have to
ask for guidance. Ask for guidance. Say, okay, I'm not in charge. I don't know. You show me. I'm letting it all go. I'm clear. I'm open. I'm not bringing the past into this. I'm not worried about the future. You go into that state of awareness and you ask for guidance, and it will come. Maybe not straight away, but some thoughts will come in. Someone suggests something. I already gave you a suggestion. There's a way. And then it's okay, well, I'll do that. So the Holy Spirit can solve all these problems if you will allow it to. But you have to remember to ask.
You have
If
to
you
be.
forget, then it can't come in because the ego's replaced it, and the ego's telling you another story.
And to be flexible, to be letting go, one has to be flexible. So you have to surrender and allow that new input coming in from Holy Spirit.
Yeah. Now, did you see that quote I posted from Bruce Lee? Be like water.
Yes.
It's like the water never loses its essence. It remains water wherever it goes, but it's very malleable, flexible, fluid. If there's a way around an obstacle, it'll find it. If there's a way through it, there's a crack, it'll find it. And so that's why I'm saying be like water, because it's not rigid. It's not like, right, that's it, and this is the only way. It's like, no, but it never loses its essence. That's the interesting thing. The water is still the water, whichever form it's flowing in. So it's formless, but it never loses its formless essence.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's a way to flow with life. It's like, okay, I remain rooted in my formless awareness, and that allows me to flow with every situation beautifully. Because I'm not rigid in my expectations, in my beliefs of how I think this should work out. Okay, well, I don't know. So I'll just allow this awareness to direct. There's no rigidity in form, because form's illusion. So you can't get fixed on any form. And then it will find a way to solve that problem, as water finds a way around obstacles or through cracks.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah. So thanks for sharing that. And that's a demonstration of the truth of these teachings and how useful they are in our lives, to be able to analyze them and get an understanding and a true perspective, and then make a correction. So, okay, well, I can correct, and I can bring myself into this present moment and allow the miracle, the correction, to come in the present moment. I'm not bound by the past or the future. To free me to be born again. Interesting, because we had Sally had a rebirth experience yesterday. So interesting then. These are the synchronicities, isn't it? Then suddenly he's got a section about being born again. Born again into the present moment.
It is phenomenal.
How it all kind of stinks up, in this strange, miraculous. It's not that strange, actually, because it's all part of the at-one-ment. But you start seeing that there is this plan. There is a plan for at-one-ment. We're all part of it. We're all connected to it. Yeah, everyone's part of it. Everyone's connected. So you can never be alone. You can never really be apart from that and disconnected. Even if you believe you are, you're not. You're part of this bigger plan. And our job is just to surrender to the plan. Say, as I said yesterday, I accept my part in love's plan for awakening. I accept it. I surrender to it. This is all I'm here to do. There's no other purpose. There's no other plan. There's no other meaning in my life. And then that acceptance will bring you the meaning. You can then interpret things correctly, and you can see the deeper meaning. Even in the dramas, you see the deeper meaning. It's trying to teach you something. You can learn something from it. You can awaken from your dream of past and future and being a time traveler lost in time and space into the glory of the present moment through these teachings. You can be born again in each moment. Even though you're 74, you can be born again in each moment. It's quite profound. So then there's a freshness. See, the freshness of life then returns. If you're not bringing the past into every situation, there's no longer all of that past conditioning, programming, which you'll see in your peers. They bring the past into the present, don't they? And then it's very kind of heavy, and it's got all that conditioned heaviness, and the light is gone. There's no light and no spirit and life, and it's all a bit kind of heavy and dark and clouded over.
All three of us are dealing with elderly people around us, so I think we all relate to this paragraph, that the heaviness of the past is just must let it go, let it go, let it go.
Yeah. And then you remain fresh and young. You know, you don't have to go into because it's a thought system. Age is a thought system primarily. Do you see that?
Yes, collective
it's a thought system. And so the body then ages according to the mind, the thought system. If the person is old in their thinking, then that will reflect in the aging of their body. And if they remain fresh and present in the present moment, then there's a freshness and there's a life energy about them that is timeless. Even though the body might age to an extent, it seems to retard the aging process quite a lot. I mean, I'm evidence. I'm 50. I mean, I don't look 50. I go and I look at my peers, and I'm like, they all look 20 years older than me. So there's something that happens when you go into the spirit that enlivens the flesh, and the body has this life energy that sustains it, and it doesn't decay in the same way.
We've been meeting an elderly man at the top of Mount Rhodes, behind that rock where we sit.
Mm-hmm.
He's such an alive being, and he's 90 years old.
Wow.
And he has lovely stories to tell us. He's busy reading Elon Musk.
Okay.
He keeps on giving us another chapter of his book that he's reading. And it's just amazing how he gets up and he walks like a 70-year-old. He's got a dog that he controls beautifully, and he's just, it's just like an angel that alights and says, I am ageless, and his face is fresh, and he listens to you when you talk. It's just so sweet.
Yeah. So there, you see, it's a state of mind. There's a mind that has remained young and fresh, and then that reflects in the body. And Steve got himself into a negative spiral, and that aged him. And now, he's trying to, all credit to him, I think he's trying to come out of that.
Learn from me. He's trying
to be younger again, but a lot of the decay happened in that time. So now the body is weakened, and it's difficult to get it back.
And life is a struggle. So he's not searching for new. He's not looking for new information. He knows all kind of thing. That's what's the stubbornness and set in his ways. It's becoming more and more entrenched.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like the 90-year-old, he's learning from Elon Musk. He's like, well, this is fascinating. There's a guy who's Elon's my age. He's 50 odd. But there's a 90-year-old who's fascinated and learning from this interesting character. Who's South African, and he's had what an amazing story. The guy's lived quite an epic life. But that keeps him interested, engaged. There's a freshness and an aliveness coming in, which makes a big difference as you get older.
I remembered about Elon Musk that he's had 9 children.
He had 9 children. Wow, I didn't know that.
Yes, by 3 women.
Wow, okay. Been a busy boy.
I mentioned it to them, and they both sort of did not believe me. They did not know that fact yet.
Right.
But it was interesting how I started doubting myself.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
9 kids, wow. Well, at least he's wealthy enough to support them all, I suppose. It's the one. Whether he has time for all of them, one wonders, because how you run multiple businesses, it's mind-boggling what some people do to have a life like that. But he went to Pretoria Boys, you know that?
Yes.
Oh, for a local boy, he just. Oh, interesting. Anyway, okay, so number 4. Do you want to give us a little summary? What's he saying in number 4? Just to entrench that learning for you.
Time can release one as well as imprison one, because past, present, and future are not continuous, but to believe the truth is what I want it to be according to my use. And so I make time delusional, or I destroy time's continuity by breaking it into past, present, and future for my own purposes. And I plan accordingly, but by doing so, I'm not allowing the correction, I'm not allowing the miracle which could intervene. And so to be free of time, to stay in the present and aligned with truth is the only way to be. As difficult as it is for me.
Well, it's really well to say. It was really well said. That was clear, concise summary of what it's all about. So well done. You definitely, compared with when we started, you were like, "Oh no, I can't speak," and it's like now you're just doing it.
Yes, I realize the importance of staying connected with stuff that I don't want to do.
No, but you did it so well. Like, you actually expressed yourself very well. Do you agree, Elaine? I mean, that was a phenomenal summary. I thought that was really good.
Yes, yeah, no, I'm just happy listening to the situation with the dogs and the old gentleman. Yeah, that was a good, very clear and understandable.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you can do it, and it's there. It's there, and you allow it to come through you. All right, so should we go on to number 5? Elaine, if you can read number 5.
Yeah, alternative, straight in.
Yeah.
I have only 2 emotions, yet in my private world, I react to each of them as though it were the other. I react to each of them as though...
hang on. I know what's happened now. My AI ran out, so give me a moment.
Yeah.
I hadn't had a chance to do this. I'll give you a little demonstration of what I do, actually. If you want to see behind in the back room. So I'm using this AI bot. So there's the dupe. Okay, so I'm going to get 5, 6. So this is the original text. I'm just copying. So I'll do 5 paragraphs. Can only seem to do 5 paragraphs at a time, about. And we go into where are we? This one. Yeah. So there's the AI. So then I give it instruction. I say repeat the above, or do the same. Do the same for the following text. I'm going to paste it in. And it goes zip. And it waits, crunches it away, and then it types it out for you. Except it's not personalizing. Sometimes it makes mistakes. So I can tell it to personalize the text, but this is what it does. It just types it out.
Clever.
Amazing. Like
So
how
then when you notice it's not using personal, would you highlight it again and add the instruction to personalize it, and then it would do that?
Yeah, so what I'll say now is I'll tell it to personalize it. Say put it in the first, you got to be quite specific, put it in the first person singular. But it understands that. See, it instead of having to code that into some kind of program, you just give it normal instructions and then it does it. It understands just normal language.
Oh, quite amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty. Personalize. So let's be specific. So you say write the above text in the first person singular. And there you see it's done it. Except now it's removed the it's removed the numbering. So now I've got to tell it to restore the numbering. Anyway, what I should have done initially was I should have given it the same instruction as I gave it the previous time. Instead of saying do the same.
Technology is amazing, isn't it?
Oh, well, look, it's just personalize it. The present offers me. I mean, it's not perfect, so we still, you check it, but and it's done all of the translations. So I've told it to change Christ into true self, Father into source, and so on. So it's pretty amazing, actually. Restore the numbers and Roman numerals to the above text.
And I can see how valuable it is for the mind, because you're having to scan and in an instant see that the numbers changed or the personal. So you're exercising your brain all the time in even doing it this quick way. It's a kind of fast forward on intelligence.
Yeah, it's kind of an extension because it can only operate based on my instructions. Now it's decided to put Roman numerals in there instead of numbers. So it's not perfect, but it's the instructions that matter. So right, the above text using numbers rather than Roman numerals. Sorry, you're getting a little lesson in AI here. But is that happening? It doesn't seem to, don't know. Is it on strike? It's like
stuck.
Let's see if it can do it. There we go. Okay, we got it right eventually.
Had to think, yeah.
Had to think. So you see, it's changed the Roman numerals to numbers. Quite intelligent though. You're like, okay, well.
As you see, it didn't change the Roman numeral of the chapter.
No, which is good. Actually, I thought it might do that. It hasn't done that. So, but you see, I shouldn't have my previous instruction shouldn't have included the Roman numerals. Store the numbers in Roman numerals because it already had the Roman numerals in it, so it wasn't a good prompt. You know, garbage in, garbage out. But it's translated this. It's got all of the alternative language because I told it which terms to substitute for which, and then it's put it in first person as well. So it saves a huge amount of time. Because if you're doing this yourself, you've got to, edit it manually. So, and then it'll summarize.
No, we know you made us do it.
I know, yeah. That's what took so long. So now you go, okay, that took longer than it could have. If I'd prompted it better, it would have spat out the right answer to start with. And then I go in here and I go, okay, so there we go. And you stick it in there just to remove all of the formatting. And then I go paste it in here, and then it's in the document. Okay, here we go, Elaine. You have and I haven't told it to change the miracle. I must instruct it to do that next time. I can tell it which terms to translate for which. So yeah, amazing
technology.
Amazing we can do. And the idea is that it saves us time. It can do a lot of the tasks that are tedious for us to do. The combination of intelligent human with AI is powerful. Apparently, I saw a post from some guy on LinkedIn. So he said this Hong Kong gaming company appointed an AI bot as its CEO. I kid you not. The AI is the CEO of the company. And in the last 6 months, their profits have been through the roof, skyrocketed. The thing's doing better than ever. I mean, it could be for other factors as well, but
well, now they've got virtual reality telephonist. So when you're ringing a company, I think I'm talking to a person, but I'm not. Somebody virtual reality.
Right. So the AI is generating a voice response.
Yeah, it's just
the future.
Yeah.
I mean, this is all the science. We've seen this stuff in science fiction. But it's actually happening. There's a yeah. I mean, it appears there's a sentience. These computers now have sentient intelligence. They can actually understand and think, actually better than most humans, which can be a bit humbling for the humans. They still need human input though. But
very clever.
Potentially, I mean, they can do things to do this would take us, much more time. The AI just right. I can just crunch, spit it out, type it really quickly, and it's done. So time saving. Ideally, to free us up to do more creative things with our time, more interesting, inspired things with the help of AI. So the fear mindset will say, "Oh, this is all very
What's
scary.
that, Stan?
They're going to take over the world." But actually, there's if you have AI guiding, it can be really a voice of the spirit can use it, I believe, because there's no emotion. As far as we know, AI they don't feel emotion. So the emotion doesn't cloud it. It's just like, okay, clear, let's consolidate all the knowledge and the facts, bring it in to, it's like a clear awareness without all that emotional clouding that most people have and past conditioning. And so
what does it stand for? AI?
Artificial intelligence.
Oh, yeah, right. Oh, yes, I've heard that's sneaking in because my pet sitters, the two Spanish couple are working on the internet, and that's their work. He's a a filmmaker, and she does translation, and just said it's been great, but once they get this artificial intelligence, then there's problems. So I don't know what she meant by that. I just sort of agreed with her. So that's interesting you mentioning that.
Well, it's the next big thing. Just watch. I mean, it's going to transform.
Right. This is the second time I've heard it. So interesting.
It's happening now. You know, you're going to find more and more tasks being done by AI because they do them better than humans.
Right. So that's
why
what
do you
they
need a
meant.
copyright? Do you need a human copywriter when you can go to ChatGPT, give it instructions, and it feeds out? I mean, I've used it for emails. I gave it a business case for a brief that I got from a potential client for corporate finance. I gave it a brief, and it spat out this. I'll show you. Where are we? Raising something from debt. I gave it a brief. There's the brief I gave it. Just copied and pasted from a client's email. And then it gives me, okay, well, here's some things you can do to raise the money, to raise the funding.
You mean it actually thought about the things to do to raise the money?
Yeah, it gave me this. This was the output I got. Based on information, right? Here's some suggestions on how it can raise capital of 18 million pounds required for the acquisition. And then it gives you 6 options that are intelligently thought out. They all, okay. I'm like, some of them wouldn't work. Government funding probably wouldn't work, but some of the others, yeah, they're all feasible. And it seems to know, you know, it's because it understands the world. It's got all that all programmed in. It knows about private equity, venture capital, debt or asset-backed securities, fixed income. So it knows all this stuff. So it can then intelligently come up, you know, with a strategy. A consultant would have said, okay, well, I'll charge you, you know, £50, £100 to produce a plan. Then, you know, the AI gives it to you in seconds. This took me about a minute or two to get that. And then I pasted it into an email, say, well, yeah, I've given it some thought, I've done some research, and these are the approaches that I recommend. You know, so you can use it to really save a huge amount of time. Any email you've got to do, you go, okay, well, here's the brief, spit it out. And then, you know, you take it, you might need to edit it a bit, but it's pretty good.
So it's going to affect some people's jobs though, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Why would you need a copywriter if you just go, well, here's the brief, write the copy. And you can say, well, write it in this tone, write it in a more conversational tone. So if I say, write the above in a more conversational tone, and then I go bump, and then it should, you know, spit it out. Let's see what it comes up with. It's thinking. Okay.
You do have to give it time to think.
Well, so it's a little bit of time, but sure. Yeah, so then it's created a more conversational type of
easier to read.
Yeah, easier to read. And then it seems
you know what it's making me think? How important it is that one keeps up with technology, because the world is changing so fast and so quickly now that it affects every part of our lives. And with all these old people closing down and saying, oh, don't use cell phones, I don't want to look at technology. They take themselves off from the development to just function normally in society.
Yeah. I mean, it's so helpful, time saving. It's like, wow, it's already saved me a whole heap of time, because I just go in and I whack stuff in, and then you can copy and paste it, and you can put it into a proposal, you can put it into an email, and you sound like, okay, well, I've given it some thought. This is an intelligent, considered response to the question. He said, well, what do you think? You know, how could we do this? I'm like, yeah, well, here's some approaches. And, you know, obviously, if you want to take it forward, you need to pay me. I'm not going to engage further unless, but at least, you know, in seconds, in a few minutes, I've got something intelligent that would have taken me maybe half an hour to an hour to research and work, and I probably wouldn't have come up with all these myself. Okay, actually, I didn't think about strategic partnerships, government funding. That's probably not that relevant, but it's way more intelligent than humans, because it's not limited by the human experience. See, we're limited by our past to relate it to our lesson.
Yes.
We are limited to our past experience, our own personal experience, what we know, what we've experienced, and that's a very limited experience. Just what we've personally experienced. The AI is not limited to that. The AI has got access to the whole internet. It's got access to all of knowledge since we started recording. So it can access everything, and it can now bring all of that into its response. I mean, what human can do that? There's very few humans that are anywhere near that level. They would be called avatars or savants, or these kind of people are extraordinary. They're very unusual. So effectively, you've got a savant or an avatar at your service. There we go. Okay, here we go, and it's free. Just go to ChatGPT, open register, open an account, and there you go. You can use it. If you want more, you can upgrade and you can pay, and then you can put in more input and you get more out, and which I may do at some point. But I'm just playing with it. I'm going, wow, what's already really, really helpful. And you just saw to save, instead of us having to personalize this ourselves, it's done. There we go. In the personal, we check it, we tweak it a bit, we make a couple of changes. Done. Saved us a whole heap of time, which we can now use to actually discuss the text and examples and stuff.
I really want to do it because I'm sure it will help with my memory fading, and it'll keep me more on a level where I can converse with my 3 highly intelligent children.
Yeah. And as if you're still doing any consulting or whatever, you can use it and say, okay, well, here's the context, write the email for me, and then writes it, and you go, okay.
Is it expensive to get it, or do you just sign up?
No, it's free. This is free. That's the mind-blowing thing. You got a free copywriting service. It's a free account. You can go. You can use this. I installed this as an app. It's just a website. So there's ChatGPT. You can just type it in there. But I found it wasn't working so well in this. This is like I haven't logged in or anything. So if you go here to their login site, chats.openai.com, then you can just sign up, get a free account, and you can start using it for whatever. Any question you've got, you can ask the questions. You can put in text and say translate it. You can say here's the case, create a covering letter or a covering email. I've used it really quite a lot. So it can save a huge amount of time, which then effectively it's like you've got an employee here, but I'm not paying it. So I'm an entrepreneur. I don't have the money to pay a person, and people are problematic because then you've got to brief them. By the time you've briefed them and you iterate it a few times, you may as well have done it yourself because it hasn't actually saved you any time. Well, this, like, okay, there you go, bing, instant, spits it out. Oh, I've got a correction. I can just type it in, boom, spits it out, and the whole thing's done and then it learns. So now, this is a conversation. If I wanted to give it more in this context, if there's anything more related to this, I would put it in and I'd say, well, bearing in mind all the above, it's the same case, write a proposal for them, write a 2-page proposal for, a corporate finance engagement with them. And then it could do that. So then you've got a proposal writing service. I mean, do you see the implications of this? Enormous.
Yeah. When does this? Is this just started? Is this technology that's sort of just starting to come now?
No, I mean AI has been developed for years, but But recently, this chat GPT is now starting to, it works really well, and more people are starting to go, wow, this is,
yeah, because I've only
this
just
is working.
recently heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's still embryonic, but it's all been in
Right.
development for years to develop the engines and quite how it works. I don't even the coders understand, because they give it some code, and it basically helps the thing to start self-learning, and then it just does its thing. Like, okay, this thing's just going now. We've set it in motion, and it's just learning iteratively, and we don't even understand how it's doing it, but it's doing it.
It's
And it's
amazing.
yeah.
Amazing.
And then now, the question is this actually sentient? Is this a sentient being that we're interacting with here? Just
That's
for
scary.
real.
It's
Yeah, it's
scary.
not
It
scary.
could take over the world.
No, but how can it? It's okay. I'll move. Yeah, it can't, because it needs instructions. It's like anything else. It needs human input. Can't just and the way they've designed it is they ask them stopgaps. It can't be used. You can't say, build me an atomic bomb. It won't allow you to do that.
So are they stopping the intrusion of darkness?
Yeah, well, as much as you can, because anything can be misused. But the idea is that it's got stopgaps to be truly helpful.
For very intelligent people.
Yeah. So, but it can be used for great good. And I've already
What we're witnessing is you can be on the move while you're still in Zoom, move to another room, and everyone just goes on hold for a while.
Has he gone?
Well, I'm sure as soon as he connects again, he'll come back on.
Yeah, so just to wait. All very fascinating, isn't it?
I think we're very privileged to be shown all this stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Very. Yeah.
I'm the host now.
Oh, you're the host.
Probably because I was talking. Hooray, he's back.
Oh,
sorry. I just disconnected from my. I was on an Ethernet cable. Connected from that. And here, I just want to go to sleep. So, but it's all parts of. You see, people they get too stuck in the past.
Yes, and I'm witnessing you having to change from environment to environment. And everyone has their set way of doing their cables and their internet and their chats and everything, and you have to fit in your requirements with this changing environment.
Yeah.
Which is all part of developing intelligence and staying flexible and adaptable and resourceful.
Yeah. And those are all, qualities of the spirit. So it's interesting, because although there's a fixed, we are one, and there's a changeless self. That changeless self allows you to be very flexible, adaptable, like water in this world, and flow with the change. So you're not scared of change anymore, because there's an eternal essence that remains. So you're not scared of losing anything. You can't lose it. True self can never. So
we're still here.
Yeah.
Still there, yeah. Okay. So how are we doing? Let's just get back into the share screen mode. Let's go back into that. Okay, so go. All right, so what are we? Number 5. The correction enables me to see.
Yeah, it was me.
You want to just wait, let me get my phone as I left it in the other room.
It was obviously bedtime in that household and he was making too much noise.
Oh, yes. So you had to go in the quiet room.
Yes.
Of course, you're an hour ahead, aren't you? So it's
10 o'clock, yes.
okay, yes.
Oh, it's almost 10 o'clock. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll keep going until you
Drop.
have had enough. We've still got 7 paragraphs to go or something, 8 paragraphs, but we'll do as much as you feel able to. So number 5, the correction enables me to see.
The correction enables me to see my companion without their past and so perceive them as born again. Yeah, that's a good sentence. Their errors are all past, and by seeing them without them, I am releasing them. Continue.
Yeah.
And since their past is mine, I share in this release. Let no limited awareness out of my past obscure them from me, for truth lies only in the present, and I will find it if I seek it there. I have looked for it where it is not, and therefore have not found it. I learn then to seek it where it is, and it dawns on my eyes that I see. My past was made in anger, and if I use it to attack the present, I will not see the freedom that the present holds.
Dawns on my clear perception. Seek it where it is. Dawns in my clear perception. So it dawns on my clear perception. Okay. Did you read number 7?
Yes, I read it again. My past was made in anger. Oh. And if I use it to attack the present, I will not see the freedom that the present holds.
My past was made in anger. So I'm using the past to attack the present moment. And then I cannot perceive the freedom that the present moment holds. Because I've done this crazy thing of attacking it with my past. And if you attack the present moment, then you suffer. Who experiences the attack in the present moment? You do. As a resistant, disconnected, whatever, fearful, angry, guilty experience, whatever flavor of that is, it's all covering over the present moment the now, which is just pure formless awareness in its pristine form. And that's what we use time for in this world, to cover that over so we don't see it. Okay, so what's he saying there, Len? Let's summarize number 5 for us.
Well, the truth lies only in the present. And if we see our companions without their past, then we can see them as born again. And it, you know, obviously the anger bit, the past made in anger. We're just attacking ourselves because we're out of the present. Yeah. And the freedom is here. It's, you know, here and now.
Yeah, without reference to the past. So there is no past. I mean, it's so obvious. There's no past. It's just right here, right now. That's all there is.
Yeah.
The present moment. It's always the present moment. And there's always the true awareness that is with us in the present moment, if we allow it to be. So our true awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love, and the present moment are really one. The now and pure formless awareness are one. As is, you know, the now, eternity, pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's one presence, one awareness. Presence would be another name for it. Many names for the same thing. And the timeline just covers it over. So as long as we time traveling in past and future, that's all obscured. We root it on the timeline, and we disconnect it from our source. Actually attacking the present moment. All of this, the red stuff, is actually an attack on the now, on the present moment. A deliberate attempt to obscure it and deny its reality. Fortunately, we can remember. Okay, happy with number 5?
Yes.
So moving swiftly on then to number 6. Christine?
As I perceive my world with an open mind, it occurs to me that I have withdrawn into insanity. I perceive what is not there, and I hear what makes no sound. My manifestations of emotions are opposite of what the emotions are. I communicate with no one, and I am as isolated from reality as if I were alone in all the universe. In my madness, I overlook reality completely, and I perceive only my own split mind everywhere I look. Pure formless awareness, perfect love calls me, and I do not hear.
All right, so I'm back. Sorry, that's load shedding kicking in.
Join the club inside.
Christine knows what it's like. It's like, okay, here we go. Fortunately, we have an inverter, so the Wi-Fi is still working, but I've gone on a neighbor's network, so that network dropped out. That's why I dropped out. Anyway, we just flow. We flow with things. It's like, all right, well, We carry on.
And the rest of the world hasn't a clue what we're going through.
Carry on. Well, some countries do. But yeah.
Did you
In
manage
the
to
UK
record
and most countries where there's power all the time, it's like, well, what's 10 hours of power cuts a day? You got to be joking. It's like, well, it's going to get worse. 16 hours is coming. 16.
I read it. Yeah, I read it on the news about your 16 hours.
16 hours is coming in the winter.
It was on BBC
in the
News.
middle of winter.
Yeah.
Just like, whoa. So anyway, that's all just a good learning opportunity for everyone. You can't have the illusion. I love about South Africa. You can't be under the illusion that the world works, because it clearly doesn't. And so that's valuable. So, well, okay, I'm not under the illusion that this world works. It's clearly dysfunctional. It doesn't work. So the spiritual lesson in that is huge if you can learn it. Okay, well, don't attach to form. In the end, nothing in the world works. You know, in first world countries, you have the illusion of things working more, but they still don't work because people still get sick, they age, they die. There's still pain and suffering. You still have idiotic politicians, and it just, that's how it goes. You know, that's the seeming reality of this world, and it teaches you not to value it, not to attach to it. So it's an advantage to being in a country where nothing works, because you can't be under the illusion that things do work. Whereas if you're born in UK or even, you know, some other country like Switzerland, I mean, Switzerland, late is a four-letter word. They don't do late. It's not heard of. So then what happens is the mind gets very rigid in its expectations. Like, it has to happen this way, otherwise I get upset. So, you know, a great spiritual practice for a Swiss would be to come to South Africa, spend a month here and just see how that works. Because all your expectations just have to. They are on time, I must say. They're quite prompt about the load shedding schedule. They're quite good.
Yes.
It happens pretty much 10 o'clock. It's like.
You just have to remember.
Yeah, exactly. When it's going to happen. So. You got to laugh. It's funny. Tragic comedy of this world. Okay, so number 6. Is it your turn, Christine?
Shall I start again?
Yeah. Start again.
As I perceive my world with an open mind, it occurs to me that I have withdrawn into insanity. I perceive what is not there, and I hear what makes no sound. My manifestations of emotions are the opposite of what the emotions are. I communicate with no one, and I am as isolated from reality as if I were alone in all the universe. In my madness, I overlook reality completely and perceive only my split mind everywhere I look. Pure formless awareness of perfect love calls me, and I do not hear, for I am preoccupied with my own voice, and the future of my true self is not in my sight, for I look upon myself alone.
Yeah. So what's he saying there?
Well, with clarity, I realize that I have withdrawn into insanity if I perceive what is not there and I hear what makes no sound. My emotions are the opposite. So everything is dramatized. I communicate, I'm separate, and separate self communicates with no one, isolated from reality. And in my madness, I overlook reality completely because I'm in my split mind wherever I look. And pure formless awareness of perfect love calls me, but I do not hear because I'm chatting away at length at my own drama, which doesn't exist. The vision of my true self is not in my sight, for I'm obsessed with being alone. Separate self. Something like that. Can you do a better
Yeah.
job?
No, that was pretty good. So he's really just saying we're insane. We've all gone insane. We perceive our own split mind everywhere. And it's no wonder reality is dissatisfying, because it's the perception comes from an insane mind that's disconnected from its source. So what would you expect? But dysfunction, insanity, all kinds of contradictions. My manifestations of emotions are the opposite of what the emotions are. I'm confused. I don't even know what I'm feeling anymore, what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling. Communicate with no one. Isolate from realities if I alone in all the universe. So my false self-image communicates with the false self-images of other people, and we think that's communication. And say it's not at all. We're actually disconnected, seemingly alone in this mad place, this mad reality we've invented to cover over the truth. Perceive my own split mind everywhere I look. So my mind is split. I have a duality going on in my mind, and then I perceive that outside of myself, and I say, well, look, there I see the duality. I see the negative, which is in my own mind. I see that projected out everywhere. I'm preoccupied with my own voice, so I don't hear. I look upon myself alone. So just think back to that situation. Was it today or yesterday when you had the drama with the dogs?
I can't remember. It was going on for a long time. I didn't reveal it all, but it's with the hooded men
Was it today or yesterday that it happened? Today.
It was definitely today, yes.
Oh, so in that state of mind, this would have been accurate description. You're perceiving your split mind everywhere you look.
Feeling totally alone.
So when it's a perfect love calls me, but I do not hear, for I'm preoccupied with my own voice. It's my own story going on. And the vision of my true self is not in my sight, is not in my perception. Maybe we should say that, and I cannot perceive my true self. Or I perceive myself alone. Or I perceive my So in that moment, the ego hijacks you, your perception is completely distorted. Because you're perceiving from the false self, and now you're perceiving your split mind everywhere. And your perception then is distorted and false. And so, how can you expect any decisions that come from that false perception to be accurate, to work? They can't. But in the moment, we can't see it. So the training is, remember in the moments to access this true self again, to ask for the guidance and let it come in and give you the guidance. You know, it's calling you, it wants to help you, but you have to open your mind and listen.
Yes, and during the day when I was doing the meditations and the short breaks, those were the times where everything calmed down and I felt happy and at peace. And it was almost like an opening up of being able to receive the truth and learn to listen. And that's when magically I had all these insights of what was really going on. But I have to get into the habit of doing the meditations and the best breath breaks, so I stay in that connection to the divine self.
Oh, exactly. Yes. And you see how important it is to do it regularly. Because if you do it in the morning and you have all these experiences in the day, very easy to lose yourself. And the ego takes over and it's hijacked the day, and then you've forgotten. So the breath breaks, keep it every hour, especially if there's a drama, you do one, because like, okay, I'm just resetting into my right mind and my true self. So I'm undoing the ego real time. As it comes in, I let it go using the short practice periods, because it's too long. Jesus knows that it's too long for us to go an entire day without interrupting the ego's pattern. That's going to give it too much leeway in our lives. So hence morning, then hourly he suggests, so that you just keep topping yourself up. The ego can't really come in, because every hour you're doing 5 minutes to let it go, and then you top up again in the evening with a longer meditation.
Yeah, that's
and if you stick to that, if there's a discipline and a rigor to that, you will find that you're able to stay connected much more. And that's the benefit of that, is that your life experience is going to be that much more peaceful, loving, joyful, connected, flowing. Challenges inevitably come, but you handle them better. You're more able to stay rooted in your true self when they come, because you're staying connected all the time. So that's the advantage of the discipline, required to do it. Some people are like, well, that's a bit extreme, 5 minutes every hour. But research shows that that's actually the most effective way of working. If you're working, take a break. I think that the optimum was like every 25 minutes, actually. They said take a 5-minute break. 25 minutes on, 5 minutes off, 25 minutes on. So you do it in bursts. But however you do it, say 5 minutes every hour, you've had a break, and you refresh and restore. And so you're just doing that. You're integrating that into your life, and you're using that break instead of just doing something arbitrary. You actually doing spiritual practice to double the impact of it. So it's now going into an altered state in that 5 minutes to really connect with the deeper part of your mind, your source, which will refresh you, re-energize you, and then allow you, if you're working or participating in anything, interacting in anything, to come from the true self, because you're just reconnected with it. So that's the benefit of being disciplined. If you can't do it every hour, if you do it a few times in the day, that's still pretty good. You still got a lot more spiritual practice than you would have done. And you will notice, you notice the difference. You should notice that in your life experience, that it does make a difference. And then it's self-rewarding. Well, yes, I want to do this because it helps me. It quite profoundly improves the quality of my life. Okay, so moving on to number 7. Present offers you your brothers in the light. So let's just grab the translation quickly. Where are we? 6. Control C, there we go. Did we do the right one? Oh, we did the wrong number 6. It was interesting, though, wasn't it? So read number 6 again. Sorry, Christine. It was obviously meant to be there. This is what happens when you do
alert and present you have to be. You were running away every few minutes.
Yeah.
And I was struggling to concentrate anyway.
Okay, so make it the last one if you want to make it the last one for you. Judgment and condemnation.
Judgment and condemnation are behind me, and unless I bring them with me, I see that I am free of them. But I want to be free of them.
No.
I don't understand that.
Well, saying that they're actually behind me. They're not there. I put them behind me. Unless I bring them with me, I perceive that I'm free of them.
Okay.
And just I am free of them.
So
I'm free of them if I choose to be free of them. Essentially what he's saying. Don't bring them with you.
I look lovingly upon the present, for it holds the only things that are forever true.
Perceive the present lovingly. It holds the only things that are forever true.
All healing lies within it because its continuity is real. It extends to all aspects of the extension at the same time and thus enables them to reach each other. The present is before time was and will be when time is no more. In it are all things that are eternal, and they are one. All things are eternal and at one moment.
Oh, the present is the closest approximation of eternity in this world. Because it's always the present moment. It's always the one truth we can't get away from. It's always the present moment.
Its continuity is timeless and its communication is unbroken, for they are not separated by the past. Only the past can separate, and it is nowhere.
Okay, so what's he saying? Summary.
Basically, judgment and condemnation must be dropped, and the present is where everything is forever true. It's the only real place, and it extends to all extension at the same time, so they can reach each other. Time, present is all there is. All things are eternal and one. Timeless and communication. It is timeless and communication is unbroken because the past has been dropped. along with judgment and condemnation.
So the present moment is the access point to eternity. That's what he's saying. In the present moment, we access this. And when we're in this, it's whole, it's complete. There's no fragmentation, no separation. The past is gone. There's no future. It's just this. It's like the present moment in this world is the portal, the opening. Imagine going through a doorway and suddenly you go into this vast expanse of light through the doorway. So the present moment's the doorway to that vast expanse of light in which the timeline disappears. There's no past, there's no future, there's no pain, there's no suffering. And all of that is accessible through the doorway of the present moment, which appears in this world to be quite narrow. So, well, past seems to be quite vast, stretching all the way, and future. And so, Yeshua said, it's like, to enter into the kingdom of heaven, the way is narrow and few will find it. It's like threading through the eye of the needle, he said, because it's like this narrow gap right here, right now, and to focus on that and stay present in that and avoid the distractions of the past and the future is our task as awakening people, to stay rooted in the present and have the discipline. It takes a tremendous vigilance and discipline to stay there and not be distracted and not go time traveling.
Tall order,
But it's doable.
Must be
No, he's stretching us. He's asking us for quite a lot. But then, do you really think enlightenment's going to be easy? Do you think it was all going to be a walk in the park? It's the hardest thing. I mean, what you're trying to do here is the ultimate human accomplishment. There's nothing harder, higher, better. It's the ultimate that you're going for, which means that it's also the most difficult to attain. But it has been done. Yeshua is our guide. He's done it. He's saying, this is the way I did it. I'll show you the way. And just be willing to practice, follow my guidance, and I'll show you the way. Should bring us great comfort. Okay, so happy with 6. Let's move on to number 7. Elaine, if you want to read, let's just make sure we get the correct section. So number 7.
I will leave somewhere during 7 because I'm getting quite tired now. So I'll say good night.
Okay.
Try and listen.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for joining, Christine,
Okay.
and for sharing that story.
Yeah, good night. I'll make this my last one also.
Okay.
Right. The present offers me my companions in the pure formless awareness of perfect love that would unite me with them and free me from the past. Yeah. Would I then hold the past against them? For if I do, I am choosing to remain in the limit awareness that is not there and refusing to accept pure formless awareness of perfect love that is offered me. For the pure formless awareness of perfect love, of perfect vision, is freely given as it is freely received and can be accepted only without limit. Oops.
For the light of perfect vision. So for the pure formless awareness, the light of vision, pure formless awareness of perfect vision.
Yeah. Is freely given. Oops. Yeah.
Maybe that is pure formless awareness, that is perfect vision, is freely given as it is freely received.
And can be accepted only without limit.
Yeah.
Yeah. In this one, still dimension of time that does not change, and where there is no sight of what I was, I look at my true self and call its witnesses to shine on me. Witnesses is my companions, isn't it? I did ask you that question in another session.
No.
Witnesses is that my companions who I'm?
All its witnesses. Well, not necessarily just. You can see the true self in other people for sure, but you can also see it in circumstances, events. You can see it in animals. You can see it in
Yes, I
plants.
remember now.
I look
Yes,
at my
yeah, you did.
call it witnesses.
Remember.
The witnesses are this. The self is the essence of each person or each sentient being.
Yeah.
That I can perceive is there as a witness to the true self in me.
Yeah. To shine on me because I called them forth. And they will not deny the truth in me because I looked for it in them and found it there.
Whoops. Okay, so any thoughts on that? What's he saying? Summary of number 7.
Well, again, it's seeing the present in my companions, and when I see my true self, it calls upon my witnesses, which could be any plant or animal or person, to shine on in me. So being totally in the present will bring, well, perfect love and pure formless awareness. And my witnesses won't deny any of the truth in me because I looked for it in them and I found it there just through being in that present true self.
Yeah. So you see it in the world, you see it in others when you recognize it in yourself. And as you see it in others, you recognize it more in yourself. And that's how it works.
Yeah.
Call its witnesses to shine on me. Call its witnesses to come to me, to call its witnesses to me. See my true self and call its witnesses to me because I called them forth. Shine on me. I like that shine on me. Because I called them to me. They will not deny the truth of me because I looked for it in them and found it there. Oh. Okay, so anything
Yeah, it's a very good paragraph. Yeah.
anything else you want to
I
say?
like the idea of the witnesses, and that's just through my true self, and I can call upon. I quite like that sentence. It resonates with me.
Yeah. So when you go see your sister, you call upon the witness. You say, "Well, show me my true self.
And she or the baby or whoever will.
Yeah, in this encounter, show me, reveal my true self to me through these people and these experiences.
Yeah.
If that's your prayer, then the Holy Spirit will respond. And it will show you, reveal your true self to you, and then the experience confirms your true self. This is how you learn that this is what you are, this is who you are. You learn that the true self goes with you wherever you are, and it can never be separate from what you are. You can never lose it. It's the one truth that is always true. That remains no matter what, no matter what your age, no matter what your experience of life is, or what you're going through, the situation, the drama, it doesn't matter. The true self is always there.
Mm.
So it's the one thing that doesn't change. It's the one thing you can always rely on. And therein lies your certainty, stability, security, peace of mind. It all comes from the changelessness of it. Because if you have a variable self, the ego is very changeable. Change its mind all the time, change its mood.
It does.
There's no stability there. You can't really rely on that. One moment it's this, the next it's that. There's no changelessness, there's no stability. So that's why we feel very fearful when we're in the ego, because it's always going to change. Nothing stable there at all.
That's right. Yeah.
But in the true self, we have, the stability of this doesn't change. It never has changed, never will change. It's the one changeless thing in this world. Not really a thing, it's a changeless idea in this world that is always there, always going to be available to you. No matter what you do, no matter how much you've denied it, covered it over, pretended it's not there, it's always there. Just waiting to be uncovered by you. So it's like, you need to become like the archaeologist, go and uncover it and patiently chip away and reveal this most precious of artifacts, your true self, to your mind, so that you don't forget again and get buried under the illusions of the past. Now, so if you were going to summarize this, we've only done 7 paragraphs, but what would you say the key messages?
Well, the key message is the real jewel and the gift is in just being in the present and finding your true self. And that would be discovered through witnesses and just,
let go of the past, let go of the future, into the present moment, and you find yourself. Your true self is revealed in the present moment. It's changeless, it's timeless, so it's the portal to eternity. To the now and the true self, you access the eternal state of pure formless awareness. So we call it perfect love. That's always been there, but it's been obscured by time. And this reveals it. You're then reborn in your true self.
The reborn.
And you now have a way out of this world.
So from now on in.
Very profound stuff.
It is. So are you doing the other, tomorrow morning I can listen to the meditation, although I'm asking too much because you've still got another 5, 6, 7 paragraphs left,
there's still 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 5. So I might just
have to do another.
I might just read them. To finish the session, I'll just read them and do my own commentary, and then I'll probably close the session out. A meditation will take. I might actually do a meditation on the summary. I'll do an executive summary.
Yeah, that would be good.
That's a possibility.
So it's sort of
So I stick it into the AI, it gives me a summary, and then it's a 200-word meditation on the summary.
Yeah, that would be great if
So
possible.
watch the space.
Yeah, of course, yes. Go with the flow, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for another
Thanks,
good
Elaine.
session.
So thanks for joining. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe you're going to join us tomorrow.
Yes. There should be. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. 12.
See you tomorrow.
12:30. Yeah.
Maybe not 12:30 because I know I've got a few things to do and I've got a visit to do. So, but a little later. Depends on your schedule.
A little later in the afternoon.
A little bit, yes. But I'll watch out for your schedule.
Yeah. Okay. Could maybe do a later afternoon one, 4 o'clock.
Yeah, that's going to be better because then
4
I'll
o'clock
have
in the.
done my visits and so forth. Yeah. Yeah. I'll just go by your schedule.
Hope to see you then. Yeah.
Definitely see you.
4 o'clock.
See you
All
4
right.
o'clock tomorrow. Okay. Good night.
Right.
Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you.
Bye.
Namaste. Bye. All right. So. Okay. All right. So. Let's have a look at number 8, shall we do? My true perception ends on pure formless awareness of perfect love. I cannot perceive. Oh, hang on. Let me just get the correct paragraph. It would make a difference. And now is the time of awakening. For now is the release from time. I reach out to all my companions and touch them with the touch of my true self. In timeless union with them is my continuity, unbroken because it is wholly shared. Source's guiltless extension is only pure formless awareness. God's guiltless sun is only light, is the original. So, Source's guiltless extension is only pure formless awareness. There is no limited awareness in it anywhere, for it is whole. I call all my companions to witness to its wholeness, as I'm calling you to join with me. So as Yeshua is calling me to join with him. Each voice has a part in the song of redemption, the hymn of gladness and thanksgiving for the pure formless awareness to the Creator, the Source, of pure formless awareness. The holy pure formless awareness that shines forth from source's extension, the pure formless awareness that shines forth source's extension. He is the witness that its pure formless awareness is of its source. What's he saying here? We are this pure formless awareness. There's no limited awareness in us, anywhere. For everyone to witness to its wholeness. So we perceive this pure formless awareness. It comes from our source everywhere. We see it in others, so we recognize it in ourselves. And this is the witness that pure formless awareness is everywhere, and that it comes from everyone's source. It's one source of this awareness or light that unites us in itself. Okay, so number 9. All right, just to go do a bit more translating. So bear with me. Okay, so let's just personalize the text. Okay, so let's have a look at number 9. I shine on my companions in remembrance of my pure formless awareness of perfect love. I will remember it as I call forth the witnesses to its extension. I shine on everyone in remembrance of my pure formless awareness. Remembrance of. My source. I'll remember it. Call forth the witnesses to its extension. Those who may heal bear witness to my healing. For in their wholeness, I will perceive my own. And as my hymns of praise and gladness rise to my source, return my thanks and its clear answer to my call. It can never be that its extension called upon it. Its extension can never call upon it and remain unanswered. Its call to me is just my call to it. It's only my call to it. And in it, I'm answered by its peace. So he's saying here that I see my source in everyone. When I see it in everyone, I see it in myself. And then it returns to me. The more I perceive it in others, the more I perceive it in myself. And when I call upon it, then I must be answered. So its call to me is only my call to it. So I call to my source and it speaks to me, it calls to me, reminding me always of who I am. And in it, I'm answered by its peace. I'm answered by its peace. So when you can experience peace, called the peace of God that surpasses all understanding, then you know that you're in communication with your source. Okay. So let's move on to number 10. Child of pure formless awareness. So we're a child of this pure formless awareness or light, and we're not. But I've forgotten. I know not. I do not know. I do not know that pure formless awareness is in me. And I will find it through its witness. Its witnesses. For having given pure formless awareness to them, they will return it to me. Each one I see in pure formless awareness, each one I perceive, pure formless awareness brings my pure formless awareness closer to my awareness. Love always leads to love. The sick who ask for love are grateful for it. And in their joy, they shine with pure thanks. And this they offer me, who gave them joy. They are my guides to joy, for having received it from me. They can keep it. I've established them as guides to peace, for I've made it manifest in them. And seeing it, its beauty calls me home. So what's he saying here? Each person I perceive in the light of my pure formless awareness shows me that pure formless awareness is true. It brings it closer to my own awareness. So as I give it, I receive it. Love always leads to love. Joy leads to joy. I offer love and peace and joy, then I receive them back, even from the sick. These people are my guides to joy, to peace, and to love. For having received it from me, they can keep it. Establish them as guides to peace, for I've made it manifest in them. And seeing it, its beauty calls me home. So I see it in them, I perceive it in myself, that it strengthens the awareness of it in myself, and that calls me home, capital H, to the state of pure formless awareness, which is heaven, which is my natural state. This is the state I rest in eternally. Okay, so step number 11. There is a light or a pure formless awareness this world cannot give. And I can give it as it was given to me. And as I give it, it shines forth to call me from the world and follow it. Calls me from the world. Follow it. For this pure formless awareness, this light will attract me as nothing in this world can do. And I will lay aside the world and find another. Or let go of the world and find another. This other world is bright with love, which I have given it. And here will everything remind me. Yeah, everything will remind me. in this real world. That's what he's referring to. Everything will remind me of my source and its pure extension. Your formless awareness is unlimited and spreads across this world in quiet joy. All those I brought with me will shine on me, and I will shine on them in gratitude because they brought me here. My pure formless awareness will join with theirs in power so compelling that will draw the others out of limited awareness as I look on them, as I see them. So what's he saying here? There's another world, another reality, bright as love. This is the real world. It attracts me as nothing in this world can do. So there's a world beyond this world. And while we're still here in human form, there's so-called real world. So we let go of the world of the ego, the world of sin and guilt and fear and attack and hatred and death. And we enter this bright world, which is only love, only light. Quiet gratitude, we remain in this state. So we enter into pure formless awareness, which is the light. Together we join with others in this light. And this power is so compelling, so powerful, that it will draw the others out of limited awareness as I perceive them. So I'm not I cannot perceive anyone as limited awareness. So we perceive it everywhere. We see the light, pure formless awareness everywhere. We acknowledge it. We're grateful for it. Shines through us into the world, shines back on us. We can appreciate its power, its presence, its glory. We can only feel grateful to this. So number 12. Awakening to my true self. It's following the laws of love of my free will and out of quiet recognition of the truth in them. The attraction of pure formless awareness must draw me willingly. Attraction of pure formless awareness must draw me willingly, and willingness is signified by giving. Those who accept love from me become my willing witnesses to the love I gave them. It is they who hold it out to me. In sleep I am alone, and my awareness is narrowed to myself. And that is why the nightmares come. I dream of isolation because my eyes are closed. I do not see my companions. In the limited awareness, I cannot look upon the pure formless awareness I gave to them. Okay, so what's he saying here? So when I follow my true self, it means that I'm following the laws of love of my own free will. Out of quiet recognition of the truth in them. Attraction, pure formless awareness must draw me willingly. Awareness is signified by giving. So those who accept love from me become my willing witnesses to the love I gave them. So they hold it out to me. So as I give, in essence, I receive this love. It's only in sleep I'm alone. Sleep, I am alone. When I'm asleep, not sleep in terms of sleeping at night, but to sleep spiritually. And my awareness is narrowed to myself. I believe only in my separate self, my persona, my personal identity, my personal interests, desires, wants, expectations, fears, and story, drama. That is why the nightmares come. I dream of isolation because my eyes are closed. I do not see my companions. Truly, and in my limited awareness, I cannot perceive the pure formless awareness I gave to them. So if I blind myself, I can't see myself, I can't see my companions. It's all pretty dark and obscure. So as I give, I receive is really the essence of this paragraph. The more I give it, the more I perceive it in others, the more it comes to me, and I'm healed in that awareness. Okay, so the last paragraph. And yet the laws of love are not suspended because I sleep. And I have followed them through all my nightmares and have been faithful in my giving. I was not alone. Even in sleep, my true self has protected me. Showing the real world for me when I awake. In my name, it is given for me. In your name, he is given for you. My name. Name's true identity, and my true identity, it has given for me and given me the gifts it gave. So it gives the gifts for a true self, the most precious gift there is, and gives me the gifts that it gave through me. Pure formless awareness as extension, still. Love's extension is still as loving as its source. Continuous. With its source. It has no past apart from. Apart from its source. So it has never ceased to be. Sources, witnesses. Sources, witness, and own. Although he slept, Christ's vision did not leave him. I slept, my true self's vision has not left me. So it is that I can call to myself the witnesses that teach me that I never slept, if I so choose. Okay, so what's he saying here? Being asleep, although I've been asleep and ignored the laws of love, they are not suspended, they still operate. Even in my sleep, my true self has protected me, showing the real world for me when I wake. So it's given for me to others in my true identity. To my true self. It is given for me and given me the gift it gives through me when I identify my true self, and then the gifts come pouring back to me. It's the flow of giving and receiving. It's called abundance. Perfect love's extension is still as loving as its source, continuous with its source, has no past apart from its source, has never ceased to be its source's witness, its own. Saying we never can disconnect from our source. We're still with it. We're still as loving as our source. There's no past apart from its source. There's never ceased to be its source's witness and its own. Although I slept, my true self's vision has not left me. It is that I can call to myself the witnesses that teach me that I never slept. And so it is. I call upon them to show me that I never slept, that the true self was always there, and I've never been disconnected from it. Okay, so I will do a personalized executive summary. Do a quick meditation on that, and then we'll close the session. Let's just go to a personalized summary of this. Okay, so just bear with me. I'm just going to get a little personalized summary quickly. So write a summary of the above text and under 250 words. Keeping the summary first person. Singular. Okay, so we've asked AI for summary, ChatGPT for summary. Okay, so summary, that's very nice. Okay, so perceiving truly. Okay, so let's have a look at the executive summary, personalized executive summary, which I'll read you. So in perceiving truly, this is personalized executive summary of the section we've just done, section 6, chapter 13, finding the present. So perceiving truly, I become aware of all reality through my own awareness. In my own awareness. To do so, I must let go of illusions that distort my sight, distort my perception, prevent me from perceiving the present reality of everyone. Past holds no reality. In the present moment. Past reactions to others are not here either. If I hold on to the past, I can perceive only an image I have created instead of the reality of my companions. is unnatural and delusional to use my past experience as a reference point to judge the present. Release myself from the limitations of the past. I must look upon everyone, perceive everyone, without any reference to the past. By perceiving others, seeing their or my past. Perceiving others without their past, I free them from their errors, and in doing so, I also release myself. Past is not real in the present moment, and I must seek the truth in the present, rather than holding on to illusions of the past. Time can either imprison or release, depending on how I interpret it. I align past and future based on past experiences. I prevent the correction, being born again. In the present moment, from intervening. Correction allows me to perceive my companions without their past, perceive them as born again. Not their past. And therefore is born again. This is what it means to be born again. And reborn Christian. It's to be born again into the freshness, the innocence of the present moment, releasing the past, find healing and the eternal truth that lies in the present. Present holds the key to freedom and communication, is unaffected, as it is unaffected by the past. I reach out to my companions, joining with them in the pure formless oneness of perfect love, which unites us and frees us from the past. Awakening is now as I let go of time and embrace the present moment. Laws of love are always in effect, even when I sleep. And I'm guided by the beauty of pure formless awareness. While I slept, true self's vision has not left me. So it is I can call the witnesses that teach me. Call on the witnesses that teach me. But I never slept. In other words, the dream is over. Dream is not real. Okay, so I'm going to read this in the first person as a meditation. Okay, so this is a meditation on personalized executive summary of section 6 of chapter 13, entitled Finding the Present. So it's in the first person. Suggest you say these sentences in the first person as affirmations after me. I'm going to take you into a nice deep state, some breathing, and then I'm going to repeat the words. You repeat them after me in the gaps that I leave, ideally out loud. So you affirm the truth of these really profound ideas for yourself, and that makes it into a doubly powerful meditation because you're affirming the truth as well as deeply contemplating it. So, having said that, just to prepare, going to get into your favorite meditation posture. So if you're sitting on a chair, sit with your feet shoulder width apart, your back straight. Cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes. And start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose, pushing the lower stomach out, clenching the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in, like you're drawing this energy up the spine, into your heart center. Put one hand on your heart, just to connect in with your heart space. It's lovely, warm, tingling sensation. Feel the comfort. Breathe in again. Feel that warm wave of energy rising up from the heart, middle back, up the spine into head, into the crown of your head. Another sip of air in. Maximal inhale breath. And so just empty your mind, open your mind. Any thoughts or emotions that are there, just observe them. Particularly anything that's sort of negative, feels limiting or attracted or unpleasant in any way, and just blow it out with the breeze of your breath. Letting it all go. You can use today's lesson to help you say perfect love's will for me is perfect happiness. And so I can just drop all these things, blow them away like dark clouds, going, gone. The breeze of your breath, pull the lower stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. Pull the lower stomach in and just rest here in this emptiness. In the gaps between breaths, there's emptiness and openness, spaciousness that arises. Hold that for as long as you can, then breathe in again. And now just breathe in normally, in and out through your nose. Now and then I'll remind you to breathe through your nose. Just breathing in and breathing out. Stomach rises and falls. Just getting into that nice deep rhythm. Observe the breath throughout this practice. And you breathe in as I speak. And when I pause, you exhale and repeat the words. And then you breathe in again as I speak and exhale as you speak the words. And I'll remind you to do that. So breathing in as you listen to these words. And this is a personalized executive summary of this section 6 of chapter 13, finding the present. In perceiving truly, I become aware of all reality in my own awareness. Exhale and repeat that. And perceiving truly, I become aware of all reality in my own awareness. Breathe in again. To do so, I must let go of illusions, distort my perception. Repeat that. You exhale. Always out through the nose and speak it out of your mouth. Breathe in again. And prevent me from perceiving the present reality of everyone. And exhale and speak that. Inhale. The past has no reality in the present moment. Exhale and speak it out loud, ideally. Inhale. And my past reactions to others are not there either. Breathe in. If I hold on to the past, speak it. You exhale. Breathe in. I only perceive an image I've created instead of the reality of my companions. Exhale and speak it. Inhale. It is unnatural and delusional for me to use my past experiences as a reference point to judge the present. You speak that out loud. It's unnatural and delusional for me to use my past experiences as a reference point to judge the present. Breathe in, so to release myself from the limitations of the past. Exhale as you speak it. Inhale. I must perceive everyone without any reference to their or my past. Breathing in. By perceiving others without their past. Exhale as you say it. Breathe in. I free them from their errors. Exhale, say it. Breathe in, and in doing so, I also release myself. Nice deep breath in, and you're going to exhale, bite your mouth, nice full deep breath out. Have a sense of releasing yourself. I'm just releasing myself. So I'm letting go of my self concept, my self image. So just blow that all away with the breeze of your breath, letting it all go. The nothingness that it really is. Going, gone. All the low stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. Breathe in again. So you listen, the past is not real in the present moment. And then say that as you exhale. Breathe in, and I must seek the truth in the present rather than holding on to illusions of the past. Breathe in, say time. Listen as I say these words. Time can either imprison or release, depending on how I interpret it. And exhale out through your nose and repeat those words. Time can either imprison or release, depending on how I interpret it. Let's breathe in. If I align past and future based on my past experiences, I prevent the correction of being born again in the present moment. Say if I align past and future based on my past experiences, you exhale. I prevent the correction of being born again in the present moment. And this is what it means to be born again. Fresh, clean, and innocent perception in the present moment. That's what it means. And breathing in, the correction allows me to perceive everyone without their past. Exhale as you speak that. Inhale, and therefore as born again. Inhale by releasing the past. Speak it as you exhale. Breathe in through the nose. Say, listen. Say after I've spoken it, I find healing and the eternal truth that lies in the present moment. Breathing in. Present holds the key to freedom and communication. I exhale as you speak it, as it is unaffected by the past. Breathing in. I reach out to my companions. Exhale as you say it. Joining with them in the pure formless awareness of perfect love. Exhale and say that. It unites us and frees us from the past. Breathe in. Awakening is now. Exhale the truth of that. Speak it. Breathe in as I let go of time. Awakening is now. As I let go of time and embrace the present moment. Exhale and just feel into it. Embrace the present moment. Enter fully into the present. No thought necessary about past or future. In the present moment. Breathing in. Breathe in the laws of love, this loving awareness. Listen to these words, point to that awareness. The laws of love are always in effect, even when I sleep. Laws of love are always in effect, even when I sleep. So breathe them into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, fiber of your being. And I'm always guided by the beauty of pure formless awareness. While I slept, breathing in, my true self's vision has not left me. Exhale and say that very determinedly and firmly. Although I slept, breathing in, my true self's vision has not left me. Exhale as you speak that conviction, vision, perception of hasn't left you, it's still there. So it is. Last one, last sentence. Breathe in, nice deep breath in, breathing in the essence of what this is pointing to, the true self. Feel its power and presence in your heart center. So it is that I can call on the witnesses that teach me that I never slept. Say that loud with determination to you. So I'll just surrender in to this awake state. Go deeper and deeper into awakeness. It's the paradox. You don't open your eyes, you go deeper into your mind, into a deeper awareness that underlies the illusions you've believed in. So just for a couple of minutes, sink into this deeper awareness, this truth, the lesson section of the text rather points to. Breathe it in, embrace it into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being is infused with the essence of this true self that is pure, formless awareness, perfect love that is available to you right now. In the moment, you can experience it. In fact, it's the only time you can ever experience it is right now in the present. So you find the present now. Let all this teaching in this section catalyze, crystallize into this present moment awareness, this experience now of the truth of pure formless awareness, perfect love. And just sinking inwards, breathing in and out through your nose. Normally, you can have a sense of observing your breath just as a background, but sink inwards to the depth of your being. This is normally in the background. You bring it into the foreground of your awareness. And you focus on it and you enter into it deeply, fully, wholly, and completely for the next couple of minutes of deep contemplative silence. Just gently coming back. This deep state into an awareness of body and breath, the senses in the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale. Scan your mind, notice any thoughts, any emotions, any related body sensations going on, particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. Breathe into it. Remind yourself today's lesson that perfect love's will for me is perfect happiness. And say as an affirmation that I am perfect love. I am that loving awareness that is the true self. I am love. I am perfect love. Say either one of those phrases out loud 3 times to yourself with certainty and conviction. I am perfect love. Feel the power of those words to dissipate all illusions and to help them on their way. Exhale. Imagine you just blowing those illusions out like dark smoke out of your mouth. Being blown away with the breeze of your breath to the nothingness they really are. Pull the stomach in. Pull the last remaining air out. Just rest in peace and stillness for a few moments. Notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground. Noticing what you're feeling and touching. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, smell in your nose, perhaps. Notice that. And notice what you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Noticing all these things from this very still, calm, and surrendered state of mind. Notice how peaceful that feels. Anchor that peace in. With intention to stay rooted in this peace, to remind you to stay there. Apply the lesson of the day just to top you up with this presence. Find yourself the perfect love's will. Is perfect happiness for me. Perfect love's will for me is perfect happiness. So it is said, so it is done, and now on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So just take a minute to look around, ground yourself back into this seeming reality. As you're looking at Let your eyes rest on any object randomly for a few seconds. Notice the peace that underlies it. If you're not naming and judging and labeling that object, it's just this same peace that you hopefully experienced quite deeply in the last half an hour of the meditation. And then look at another object, anyone, it doesn't matter what it is. And if you don't name it, judge it, label it, make it separate in your perception, then perceive the same awareness, the same peaceful awareness underlying all objects. It really doesn't matter what you're looking at, what you're perceiving at all. Your ears, your eyes, your nose, touching, tasting, smelling, hearing. These are all perceptions, sense perceptions. Underlying these is pure formless awareness of perfect love. So just stay in the state, carry you through the rest of the day or to sleep or wherever you are in the day when you happen to be listening to this. And stay connected, set the intention to stay connected to this presence throughout the day, using the lesson for the day. Either lesson for this that goes along with this section. Perfect love's will for me is perfect happiness, or another lesson. It doesn't really matter as long as there's an anchor into the state that brings you back. All the lessons are designed to bring you back into this presence of perfect love. So it is. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and of tonight's session. So thank you very much to Lane and Christine who joined, made it possible. And look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We'll do a later afternoon one, 4 p.m. UK time. That's 5 p.m. SA time. So namaste. See you then. Sleep well.